Well, good morning, everyone. Be it at 9:30, we'll commence with the hearings. But before we start, I'd like to, could we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much for that. So with that, I'd like to open the public hearing on SB 12 relative to adding eligibility for a disability placard for certain veterans. And the chair would like to recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Waters. Senator Waters, welcome to Transportation, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, members of the committee. Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 12 relative to adding eligibility for disability placard for certain veterans. This issue was brought to my attention by a constituent who's a veteran and discovered when he went to the local DMV that he would need to have a second physical to get a placard if he already had a plate for which he had had a physical and been recognized as having a disability by the VA. So you'll see in the language of the bill that what it does is that individuals received a special number plate for certain veterans under RSA 261-86. That's the Veterans Disability Plate. Shall be eligible also for the walking disability placard under this section due to their evaluation by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs without the need for additional proof, which means essentially without having to get a second physical. So that's what it does, Mr. Chairman, and I think it's going to help out our vets, and so they can have the placard to use, perhaps if they have a second car, if they're being driven by somebody else, and I think it's a very reasonable request from the veterans.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and I have to get back to committee. If there are questions that come up in subsequent testimony, please let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair now like to recognize Melinda Sims, representing United Spinal, who supports the bill, also has some written testimony, and looking for 2 minutes to speak. Welcome, Melinda, to Transportation.
Thank you very much, committee members, for allowing me to speak today. On behalf of United Spinal, basically the representatives said everything. As a veteran, we go through extensive testing and certification process, so there's no reason why a veteran should have to go through another whole process just to get their placard. So I think that as far as United Spinal is concerned, the way the VA has the certification, it should be accepted through the state also for the placards. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Guyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ma'am, thank you for taking the question. So the process right now, and I'm also a disabled veteran, you get evaluated by the VA and you get a decision letter that classifies your disability. And then you can take that to the DMV and you're authorized one license plate and nothing else. So my understanding on the way this bill is written, and I think that I just wanted to check clarification. The VA certificate, the disability letter, is substantiating documentation, and that's proof enough without any further medical investigations or adjudications, correct?
Absolutely, because if you go into My Healthy Vet, you can download your certificate letter. It states your percentage and everything. And I do want to explain that when you get one plate, you also get one placard. So that you can take that placard with you if you're going in someone else's vehicle. Thank you for that question.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming in today. I thought I understood the senator who just testified saying that this would allow multiple, or was he just saying that the license plate and the placard would be available so that it can be transferred to different vehicles?
Correct. That is just for, it's my understanding for the SB 12 that it's just one plate, one placard for the veteran that has their certification to bring it over for their application for the state. It's just allowing, if I'm going for my placard, this, in the past, I've had to go and bring that application over to my doctor and have them do an exam
Right.
and all that. Now, this is saying I can just take the certification from the VA and show that they've already done extensive study on me and that they have qualified me as being 100% disabled. And so that should be enough for the state to say, yes, you can have a placard and a plate.
Thank you. I have a question for the chair.
Yes,
Do you have a pink card for DMV?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. At this point, I will close the hearing on, oh, we do. Almost got the gavel. Oh, get the wrong one. She doesn't look like a Leo, so I didn't think that was her. Chair, I'd like to recognize Jen O'Leary from the DMV. Welcome to Transportation.
Thank you so much. Thank you, committee members. My name is Jennifer O'Leary. I'm the Title Bureau Administrator and Interim Registration Administrator for the division. I've been with the division for 22 years with a main focus on the vehicle side of the house. I'm not providing any testimony, but can take any of the questions that the committee may have for us.
Representative Hill?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. As I recall, the commissioner had the ability to waive requirements. So I'm wondering whether, whether the department has any issue with this arrangement versus a doctor's note that comes on traditionally. Is there anything that the department has a concern with in this legislation?
To my knowledge, no. At this time, historically, as presented in previous testimony, individuals who face a disability due to service connection have had to bring in their percentage rating to get the disabled veteran plate and an additional form that are often provided by the same doctor. So when veterans go to the VA, and they're getting their rating, they're going through all of the assessments that they have to go to, they're having that exact same doctor fill out the same form. We don't require that disabled veterans renew any of their privileges. This is a disability they're going to have for the rest of their lives. It is a rating that's carried through from the Veterans Affairs. Therefore, they provide that documentation to the division once, and that symbol, that internationally recognized symbol, stays on that plate, but that plate's only assigned to the vehicle that they have chosen to have registered. Allowing this would allow the disabled veteran the ability to have that walking disability placard, which is going to have that international symbol on there and go along with anybody else's vehicle that may be transporting them.
Last question.
Follow up?
Thank you. Are they able to use vanity plates for this?
Disabled veteran vanity plates, yes, those are available.
Okay, thank you. I'm set.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Chair, I'd now like to recognize Leo Paquin from SVAC, who's in support of the bill, who's looking for a few minutes. Welcome to Transportation, sir.
Thank you. I'll go quicker than that. I'm Leo Paquin. I'm the chairman of the State Veterans Advisory Committee. We represent 20 veteran service organizations. It's an RA type of RSA position. We 100% support this. It seems like a common sense bill and reduces redundancy, which personally I'm all for. And that's all I have.
Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I don't have any other pink cards for this bill, so I will officially close the hearing on SB 12. Our next hearing is at 9:50 for SB 40, which will be in about 6 minutes. 50, we're going to start the public hearing on SB 40 relative to safe voter education certificates. The chair like to recognize one of the co-sponsors, Representative Coker, to introduce the bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to apologize for my attire. I wasn't going to be able to make it today, and then my plans changed, and my wardrobe didn't. So I'd like to thank you for letting me participate. So this bill basically makes it so that you can take the what do you call it here? The voting, the safe voter certificate test online, and do the course online, which most states allow. So the big thing on this is, most states that have it, you can go do it already, and then you can just take that and use it here in the state. So it's kind of an unnecessary burden to make our people come in person when that's just not the way it's done anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and just keep this short, and I'll let people who know a lot more about it answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. In the bill, specifically lines 13 through 15, refers to the department maintaining on the website a list of out-of-state classes of driver's licenses that are invalid in the state. If this were to pass, what? Wrong bill? No way. Never mind.
Retracted. Any
Retract.
other questions? Penny?
I would never wear jets.
That's-
We should do a bill to make that illegal, in the state.
Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. Chair now this is going to hell in a high basket real quick, isn't it? Chair now like to recognize Tom Praisall from Calcami Enterprises, who supports the bill. Looking for 3 minutes. Welcome, sir, to transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, for hearing me today. For the record, my name is Tom Praisall with Demers, Praisall and Thomas, here today representing Calcami Enterprises. So for many of you on this committee, this is going to look like deja vu all over again. And the reason why I say that is because in 2022, Senate Bill 307, introduced by Senator Ruth Ward, was passed and signed by Governor Sununu on, I believe it was March 18th of 2022, and that bill had passed both the House and the Senate Transportation Committees unanimously and on the consent calendar in both bodies. The problem we're here to address is the fact that in the interim 3 years, no rules were ever written to allow for this to take place. And after much discussion with the Department of Safety, it was determined that the language of the bill needed to be cleaned up in order for them to write rules. So I myself, my client Calcami, we met with Assistant Commissioner Edwards over the summer, and we all agreed that this was a proper language to move forward. Just to refresh your memory on the underlying issue and the reason why this bill is important is because there's nothing in statute today that prevents me, Tom Praisall, resident of Hooksett, New Hampshire, sitting on my couch taking the Florida voter safety exam, final exam online, and being unable to boat on the waters here in New Hampshire. The only thing I learned that's different is how not to hit a manatee on Lake Winnipesaukee. So the reason why this bill is important is because New Hampshire will be able to craft their own voter exam that focuses on our laws and how they're different. And some may say, well, this probably isn't a problem, but I would suggest that when you look at the numbers, it is a problem, and it's a problem for revenue for our state. So in 2020, this process of taking the final exam online was allowed during COVID because they were not allowed to do in-person exams. During that time, over 34,000 people took the New Hampshire exam online, which netted the state approximately $610,000. Now, conversely, when that order expired and we moved to 2023 and everyone had to go back to in-person, only 4,600 people took the New Hampshire exam, which remitted to the state only $82,000. So the state's really leaving a good $500,000 annually on the table. And again, all that's happening is people aren't taking our exam, learning about our laws. And I think this is common sense. Again, the committee already passed it 3 years ago, and we're just cleaning up the language.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Presall, for taking my question. I recall when this Safe Voter course first came out, you could take it, the exam online. There was a problem, however, with reciprocity. It was only good for in-state, in New Hampshire, and you couldn't go outside. I'm wondering if anything has changed and whether this would be reciprocal with any of the other states surrounding.
Sure, and I appreciate. Thank you for the question. So I'm not as familiar with when that happened before in the reciprocity. However, if you look at the language in the bill, it specifically states an online examination approved by NASBLA, which is the National Association of State Voting Law Administrators, which was previously referenced in statute. And my understanding is that all of the states are required to have that for their online, and it does create reciprocity. I believe Captain Dunleavy is here, and he can certainly let you know. But my understanding is there is reciprocity across all the states that have NASBLA accredited courses.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. You mentioned the potential revenue left on the table there. Is there the opposite side of that, costs that the state should be expecting to bear, or do we expect that the private industry is going to create these tests and submit money? How's that going to play?
Sure. So my I appreciate the question. My client Calcami develops these exams and does them throughout the country. I think there's only 3 states left that don't do the final exam online. So we would just be coming up with the times. And so there won't be an additional cost on the state. In fact, the state will be making much more revenue. I believe I had some numbers here. When it comes to the fees, the money goes into the Navigation Safety Fund in RSA 270. And the state will receive $17.95 from each student that takes the standard online course and $12.95 from each student that takes the interactive online course. And my client has already spoken to the Department of Safety in regards to changing the fee structure, just to make sure with people taking it online versus in person that the state's getting its fair share.
Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in and taking questions today. So you mentioned during COVID, people were taking the test online. There was a big increase in people testing, revenue, et cetera. Is there a breakdown? Do we know, was there an increase of non-New Hampshire residents taking that test versus in-state residents?
You know, that's a great question. I don't have that information with me right now. I'm happy to ask and see if maybe the department might have that information, or even my client. I don't have it with me. But I think one of the biggest problems we're seeing, and I think, when I feel bad I'm taking all of the prime sponsors' time, but a number of folks, when they're taking the exam from here in the state, are taking other states' exams. So I think we're losing a lot of our own residents to other states just simply for the convenience factor.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sykes.
Actually, I have a question to the chair. Will Captain Dunleavy be testifying? Do we have
Yes.
a card for him?
Yes.
All right, then I'll save my question for him.
Oh, come on.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Chair, now I'd like to recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Lang, who, of course, supports the bill. Welcome, Senator Transportation.
Thank you, members of Transportation. Thank you, committee. I apologize, I was late. I was downstairs in election law, where I'm the vice chair covering. So I'm Senator Tim Lang. I'm the senator from the Lakes region, hence this bill is sponsored by me for the Lakes region. So this bill just came out of committee unanimously, was on the consent calendar in the Senate and was voted on a voice vote to pass. The only thing I'll say is one of the reasons, again, I brought this bill forward is, so obviously during COVID, we had some emergency orders that suspended some rules and allowed some things. And this is one of the things we allowed and was very successful. But for some reason, no one bothered to bring it forward into law to make it a permanent fix instead of just a temporary fix like we had during COVID. I will say that I am one of the people that took an online test outside the state in Delaware because I wanted to go boating and I couldn't go boating without having a boating license. And so I just went online to the state of Delaware, took their boater's exam, and that because of reciprocity to represent on the hills, it was a nationally recognized exam. It allowed me to be able to use my Delaware boating license in New Hampshire to be able to boat. Because to be honest with you, I just didn't have the time to drive over to DMV to sit in front of a person where I could just do it online as a proctored exam online. So this bill was brought forward to me. I knew we had, some of the ward had done this before, but we had some conflict with the department. We cleaned up that conflict, so we have that bill before you. It's that simple. And as the chair of Ways and Means, I'd also like the revenue, so please do it. So
Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator. How, as a computer expert as well, how do they know that I'm not taking Senator Lang's test for him? And
So thank you for that. So there are various proctoring methods that you can do. So I'll do one for one of my college courses I took a couple of years ago. The way they did it was with a camera. And so you literally showed them your driver's license with your name and everything on it, which they screenshotted. And then you had to sit and they had a camera on you, and the camera would flag when you weren't in front of the computer. You wandered off somewhere else and you're off screened, and the proctor could fail you for that, for not being present. They also, depending on how they do the exam, they can monitor what applications you have up on your computer. So when you log in to take the exam, if you have a separate screen over here that's got Google Chrome on it and you're doing searches on the answers, they can monitor that and they can see that as well on that same computer. So there are several proctoring methods they use in this industry. It's not an uncommon standard for proctoring. It's used in healthcare for exams for nurses. It's used in the IT field for exams to become an engineer. It's used in colleges as well.
thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative
Lamonde.
Hamandam.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the question. You mentioned that you were taking the course in Delaware. My question is, the proposed fee structure for New Hampshire, is that in line with other states?
I believe so. I believe it's in line and it should work just fine. There was no complaint with Department of Motor Vehicle, Department of Safety in dealing with this.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions from the committee? Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, guys.
Chair now like to recognize Jody Karimblis. Did I say it right? Representing the New Hampshire Marine Trades Association, who's in support of the bill, looking for 1 to 2 minutes. Welcome to transportation.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Jody Grimbalis, and I represent the New Hampshire Marine Trades Association. It's a statewide association. Your marinas, your boat dealers, your boat suppliers, etc., are our members. They have strongly supported the idea of the ability to take this online proctored exam. They'd like to see boaters, whether they're visiting New Hampshire or from New Hampshire, know New Hampshire laws. It doesn't always help when a boater knows Delaware laws versus New Hampshire laws. We all have different safe passage laws. We have 150-foot safe passage. Other states have 50 feet. Other states have 100 feet. So it would really be great to have people know the New Hampshire laws when they're out there boating. And also, I think it's a good idea to keep the dollars in New Hampshire. So those are the reasons that we support it. I would, just to Representative Hill's question, I know the marine dealers, some of them are also gasoline dealers at their marinas. They do proctored compliance classes through DES. So they already have to prove who they are in that situation. So I'd assume it could be done. And then lastly, as a mom, I like that the 18-year-old and under have to take it in person. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you. Chair now like to recognize Tim Dunleavy, State Police Marine Patrol, who is neutral. Thank you, sir. Welcome to transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Tim Dunleavy, and I'm here today before you representing the Department of Safety Marine Patrol. We are neutral on this bill. As you've heard previously this morning, we've had some discussions over the last fistful of years on this process and the ability for the public to get a boating education certificate. Currently, Marine Patrol offers a classroom course, which includes a final exam all in one day. It offers two options for an online course. One is a timed course where you read material. There's a timer, so you just can't continue to click next and get to the exam in a matter of moments. And then there's an interactive course, which is the most appealing course. It's the most popular course we have. It is not timed, but it is a cartoon animated scenario where as you go through the experience online, if you answer questions correctly, it allows you to continue through at your own pace and then ultimately reach a final practice final exam. If you score 80% or better on those practice exams with the online course, you then are required to show up in person to take a 60-question multiple choice final exam in person. We offer that final exam, a proctored exam as we refer to it, around the state multiple times a week, usually starting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 4, 5, and 6. As the demand grows, we will extend those hours. Once you receive a certificate in New Hampshire, it is a NASBLA approved course. That is the national curriculum. That is the organization that approves these curriculum. And depending upon the individual state law, some states require that certificate to be issued on behalf of a state as well as NASBLA approved to meet reciprocity standards. Some do not. New Hampshire happens to be one of the 9 that do require that. You heard 3 years ago a bill passed for rulemaking. CalComI is our contracted vendor who provides our online curriculum. Through the discussion at that time and what our proctored exam would look like, the discussion of facial recognition software and the ability for them to ease our minds when it comes to ensuring the credibility of who was taking that exam was who they said they were, and they weren't receiving outside help or using outside materials. And they recognized that it was going to be a monumental task for them to have a person physically look at perhaps a Zoom platform or a Teams platform where there is a camera on any kind of a device where they could see the person taking the exam. They would still need to have someone monitoring that activity. What ideally they would like to see is just the person takes the exam, the computer corrects it, and issues a certificate. We did an analysis and we recognized that when a person takes our classroom course and our proctored exams in person, on average, the final scores are 91.6%. During COVID, when we looked at just the computer-tested people, those scores dropped to 84%. That, in our mind, was a concern for where our safety is going on the water. So with that, I think it's important to recognize that during COVID, Massachusetts and Maine did not have mandatory education requirements. They had programs available, but it wasn't mandatory. So we were still seeing we all know the explosion that happened in outdoor recreation during COVID. So we recognize that our neighboring states were taking advantage of our course as well online. We also know that an online option is going to pull away from our classroom courses. It's human nature. We understand that. So from a financial perspective, with all due respect to Mr. Praisall, we are in an extended period now of our contract with CalComI. And currently, when a person takes an in-person classroom course, it costs them $41.50. That's an in-person with a state instructor teaching them. The vendor fee for CalComI, because we use their registration software, they realize a $4 per student revenue. However, on the online exams and course, those cost $49.95 to the student. And for the most popular interactive exam right now, the state realizes only $9.95. So $40 of that expense is going to CalComI, the parent company, which is in Australia. So there's more to where those revenues go behind the scenes. We recognize people are going to take the easy path at times, if that's their wish, to take a Delaware or Florida or an Ohio class. That has been the same since 2021 when the law came into effect in New Hampshire. And as Representative Hill mentioned, initially the legislature allowed for online exams. New Hampshire's law allowed for that in the beginning, but they recognized that the program was being compromised, and the legislature then passed the proctored exam requirement. So those are some of the behind the scenes issue. Again, the agency remains neutral. We recognize the public would like that convenience, but we're just concerned what it does for safety and the holding up the integrity of who's taking that exam and the process at the final exam. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dunleavy, thank you for taking my question. You partially answered my question, which was there any correlation between online certification and in-person courses and crashes? So you told us that there was a correlation between the test results, but is there any data that shows that one is better than the other in terms of crash experience?
There is not. The Coast Guard has looked at that and done studies on information retention, but they have not correlated that with crash data. Part of the reason for that is we still have states out there that are not requiring mandatory education. I think there's about 6 left. They have programs available, but not mandatory. What I will say to you is part of those Coast Guard studies shows that New Hampshire, of all the states that require mandatory education, New Hampshire has the lowest fatality rate in the country. That is the number of boat-related fatalities for every 100,000 boats. And that has been a historical number for the last 12 or 13 years. So we're proud of that safety record, and I think it shows that our program is working.
Representative Ayu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is there a difference between how is a failing grade handled, and is there a difference between how it's handled online versus in person? Do you get a second chance to review your incorrect answers online or versus in person, so that kind of thing?
Thank you, Representative. A very good question. Right now, because our final exams, both for the classroom course, the online course, and what we have is a test out option, which I did mention because not many people are taking advantage of it. But those final exams are corrected on the spot. The student can review their incorrect answers with the instructor. They can then ask follow-up questions if they don't understand why they got it wrong. And so those are options that were not available during COVID when the online exams were accepted. You took the exam, you passed or failed, you didn't know what you got wrong. You just know, if I failed, I need to do a retest. We offer a retest now. You do not have to take the course again for the first retake. It's a very similar but somewhat different exam based on the same content. And we schedule those at any time the person feels they're ready for it.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. With regard to some of the cost numbers, you mentioned $41.50 to take the class in person, and that includes the test fee afterwards, or and that the business takes a part of that as a registration fee. How many staff are dedicated to administering these classes and these tests across the state? Right, it's a higher revenue number to the state, but there's also going to be increased costs because we have to pay for those people, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. Right now we have 9 classroom instructors and 3 proctored exam proctors. We also have staff that are assigned other duties that are doing some of this testing by appointment, oftentimes either at Concord-on-Hazen Drive or at Marine Patrol Headquarters in Guilford. Of those 12, they're seasonal employees responsible for not only the education classes, but they do PR events, the fishing game, Wild New Hampshire Day this past weekend, things like that. So they're involved in other aspects of the program.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Captain. Is the exam available to be taken in anything other than English?
Yes, we do have Spanish versions. We also have somewhat followed what the DMV does for driver's licensing. If we have someone in-house that needs some sort of a special service, whether it be have an exam read to them or a language that isn't readily available, we will make arrangements either by another state employee who can speak that language, or we will work with the family of that individual for interpreting services.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question on, and thank you for taking my question. I have a question on failure rates. So if someone fails the test the first time, whether it be online or in the classroom, you said that they have the opportunity to take the test again. And I got the impression that they can take it how many times? Only one more time, and then there's a penalty? Do they have to go back and take the course again? Or do you allow them to take it maybe in 10 days like we do the driver's licensing?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. There's nothing in law or rule that limits us to the number of retakes a person can attempt. There is a $10 fee for that retest, and so people, after they've failed it the second time, we encourage them to take the classroom course rather than the online. We have about a little over 1% failure rate in the classroom, and just shy of a 5% failure rate with the online proctored exams. So typically, if someone's attempted it, the exam, the final, a couple of times, and they've taken the online course, they're ready to take the classroom course, and usually that solves the problem. Follow up.
So there's no limit, like on when students take their driving test, they get 3 shots at it with the DMV, and then if they fail 3 times, then there's, they have to go for a hearing and do all of that. So if I fail my boating test online 3 times and I go to the classroom and I fail it 3 times because I don't know how to drive a boat, and I guess I'm not absorbing all this, you're still going to just let them keep taking it until they become successful. Is that the impression I'm getting?
Yes, and that's an accurate impression, Representative. And one of the things that, and it's not unique to New Hampshire. The boating certificate is just that. It's a certificate, not a license. And it's just demonstrating that you've been exposed to important safety information. And so oftentimes when it comes down to those details, it's important to recognize that it's the wishes of many states, including us, to recognize this as only a certificate and an exposure to information rather than a license.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here taking questions today. So if someone wishes to operate a boat on inland waters of New Hampshire, are they required to have this certificate?
Very good. I should have included that in the introduction, Representative. Anybody in New Hampshire who wants to drive a boat that is greater than 25 horsepower. So 25 horsepower and under, sailboats, for example, canoes, kayaks, those types of things do not require the certificate. It's over 25 horsepower, and you must be 16 years of age and older to operate that.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. So obviously we would like everybody to meet those requirements, but is there any data that shows we have people coming up for the day from Massachusetts saying, I'm not going to worry about it, or people out there operating without certificates?
Certainly we have that. One of the early on when this law came into effect, the legislature was concerned not only for the tourism industry and our marinas and liveries around the state to be able to service that impulse boat operator who wanted to rent a craft and get out on the water, that decided the night before that's what they wanted to do for their July weekend. So as part of the program, there's what we call a test out option, where you can come to us, you can have studied on your own and just take the exam, having no online course or classroom course supporting that exam. Some people were trained by their family members. and could pass that exam. That doesn't meet the national curriculum, so it's only good in New Hampshire. There's no reciprocity with that certification. The other thing we have for New Hampshire only as well is what we call a 14-day temporary certificate. So if you're coming from out of state, you don't have a certificate because your state doesn't require it, or you don't own a boat, you just want to rent a boat, you can go to, we have right now, I think it's 18 locations around the state where you can go in, do a little brief study with our law book, sit down and take a 25-question exam, and if you pass with a 80%, 20 or more correctly answered, you walk out with a 2-week temporary certificate. And that then allows you to boat for that period of time. If you wish to boat longer, we monitor the availability of our courses, both classroom and online, as well as the proctored exams, so that within that 2-week period of time, there will be multiple opportunities for you to get the full-blown certification.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one quick question because you just kind of said something. You said this certificate is for anyone with who's operating a boat of 25 horsepower or above, and they have to be a 16 or older. What happens if someone chooses not to get the certificate, goes on Lake Winnipesaukee? Let's say the patrol stops them. If they don't have the certificate, is there a particular fine that they get if they don't have it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. They have 48 hours to produce it if they had one and just weren't carrying the credential. Or it's a $50 fine first offense, and I think it's a $300 fine for subsequent offenses.
Thank you.
Yes,
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, with that, I do not have anybody else who wants to testify, so I'm going to close the hearing on SB 40. Our next bill will be SB 151, which will start in a couple minutes. All right, it being about 10:22, I want to open up the public hearing on SB 151 relative to accessible parking permit verification and fraud prevention. Chair, I'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator Abbas. Welcome, sir, to transportation.
Morning, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman. I'm Senator Darrell Abbas. I represent District 22. I serve the communities of Pelham, Salem, Atchison, and Plastow, and I'm the prime sponsor of SB 151. Essentially, at least the primary purpose of this bill, it does increase the fine for parking in a handicapped space from which is now $250. It makes it $500, but also the split under the current law is 80% goes to the state, 20% to the town. The split would then be changed to 50% each way. So the municipalities who actually enforce this law would receive a higher percentage of the fine as well. Living in Salem, there's been a lot of development there. And, I apologize for not noticing this on my own, but the amount of cars that have been parking illegally in handicapped spaces is troubling. And I just call on any member of this committee who, that may not be on your radar when you're walking around, but once it's pointed out to you, it was shocking how often it was happening. And some of the issues that we're coming across was just enforcement. The police respond, they're busy doing their job, but when they respond, sometimes by the time they get there, the car is gone. It's really been an ongoing problem. I had a constituent, she has 2 adult children who are both in a wheelchair. She would go to this grocery store, she can't park because someone's parked illegally in the handicapped space. She goes inside the grocery store, asks them for help with enforcement. They don't want to call the police. She does. She only can stay out so long for certain times. And really, when you have all these codes and regulations for handicapped people, whether it's the door, the bathroom, elevators, none of that matters if they can't park and enter the facility. So just leaving it at that, I thought raising the fine, considering what's been going on, hopefully would serve as a deterrent. Also, with the amount of police resources that would go into that, I thought it was appropriate to increase the percentage that was paid back to the community. Now, the bill that passed out of the Senate Transportation Committee, we did amend out the requirement that the placard have the person's photo on it. Amongst the different interest groups in the disability community, they respectfully didn't agree on that. So I just thought it was better to take that out, and we don't need to debate that. One change by a floor amendment in the Senate that I didn't approve of was, so it's one thing to park there in a handicapped space illegally. It's another thing if you don't hang up your placard when you have one. Now, under the law, in its real strict academic interpretation, they could receive the current $250 fine. It often gets ripped up by if the person challenges it and it turns out they just didn't hang up their placard. That's the other reason why the police don't want to be towing the vehicles away when they park there. So again, some of the problems on the ground level. However, I thought it was appropriate because not everyone will challenge the ticket. I thought a $500 fine for that scenario, just the failure to hang up or place your placard in a visible spot, was too harsh. I put in that it would be a $100 fine. And again, the police have the discretion to forgive that if they want to. A floor amendment reduced it to $5. What can I say? My only issue with the $5 fine is I believe it would cost more administratively to process the $5 fine for both the state and the municipality. So with that being said, if this committee is inclined to do something with that, I would rather you take it out completely than leave it at $5. But I think the ultimate, what I put together was really it was really 3 bills in one, because each section didn't conflict with each other. One was obviously the photo on the placard, one was the fine for parking in the handicapped space illegally, and then the new section was failure to display your placard. That was so it can be taken out without consequence. But if anything, I still think for any policy, the state, the municipality, the county should not lose money by enforcement. The fine should not be less than what it would cost. I just take that as a principle on any legislation. So, but that's what it says. I do hope that this committee would support, at the very least, increasing the fine to $500, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. One of my concerns about this, I'm quite in favor of increasing fines for things so that they are in fact a deterrent. One of my concerns, though, is that some of the newer motor vehicles, the rear view mirror has so much going on it that the placard will not hang, because it's integral to the windshield, and so the language that requires it is troublesome if you can't in fact, is there a need to get around that? I mean,
so,
well, it doesn't say. My question is am I interpreting this correctly?
So the strict reading of it would require it to be hung on your mirror if you have a mirror, which I'm not sure of a vehicle that doesn't have one, but I never heard of someone who has it placed on their dashboard getting a ticket if it's clearly visible. So how it's enforced, I mean, if they look at the mirror, don't see it, and it's sitting right in front of them, I would find that hard to believe. And if it's enforced that way, I would support repealing this myself. That's because I think that's not the intent of this. It should not be done that way. But that was a concern that was discussed in the committee in the Senate about what do we do about that. And
Follow
Follow.
up. Would you be opposed to, if we're looking at an amendment to change some portion of this, would you be opposed to language that would state that the placard should be hung if practicable or if possible? Section 3, I'm where? Yeah. But there is a rear view mirror. That's my point. The point is there is a rear view mirror, but you can't hang it. There's no way to, I mean, short of taping it up there. So would you be adverse to something that said where practicable or if possible or something like that?
well, I think it's good to have a similar common location. So when they're looking for it, everyone's
Yeah.
looking at the same place. I would be sure what some other members of the community would have to say about it, but I would say if it's the mirror or placed on your dashboard, which, should be visible. I mean, when I park in some parking garages to give you a ticket and I just place on my dashboard, I never once have had a problem with that.
Well,
Follow.
thank you. I'm sorry to beat a dead horse about this, but so my concern is that I don't want to be passing a law that has, well, as long as nobody enforces it, it's not a problem. Well, if it's in there, it might then in fact get enforced. And we don't need to create laws that, well, it's okay today, but not tomorrow or this, you know what I'm saying?
So the practical application of this, first of all, if a police officer is going to write a ticket, right, and you don't have your placard present, they can actually write you the $500 fine. The problem that you come across is not every person with a placard actually will appeal that ticket. And I still think for someone who is legally allowed to park there, but through their own negligence forgot to hang up their placard, $500 I thought was too steep. But so under the current law, that's what they would be ultimately written a ticket for it. So, but if they go in and they do challenge it and the police were not inclined to cut them a break, especially if they're first time they're seeing this person, they would naturally then reduce it to, well, now $5, but that's what they would reduce it to. But I think placing it on the dashboard, if you want to put that language in there, I would be supportive of that. But ultimately, with that provision, that was a secondary provision. I think ultimately, there is no excuse for any person who's not legally allowed to park in a handicapped space, period. Listen, I've been in a rush before. I have a 3 and a 6-year-old. The ground's slippery. I can't find anywhere to park. And there's 2 open handicap spaces. Tough luck for me. That space is not, I shouldn't park there. No exception. It doesn't matter what my excuse is. It doesn't matter. It's unacceptable because you have those spaces for a reason and people are trying to use them and can't. And to me, that's the big part of this bill. And I really think it's time that we did something about it. And I think increasing the fine to $500 would serve as a deterrent. I was inclined to make it a misdemeanor. However, I chose not to when I realized that there was about 25% of these were actually people with a placard not hanging the placard up. So I thought I cooled off a bit and went with an increased fine.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. Recent trip to Arizona, and I was told about a system that they have of self-reporting. Someone takes a picture with their cell phone and it's sent in. It's not treated as if the same with a police officer seeing it, but they accumulate those reportings, and I don't know the number of how many they receive. If you receive 5 of them, you would get a knock on the door from a police officer. Anything other than what you've considered here for increasing the fine? Was anything else considered?
So I'm not familiar, we didn't really discuss what the policy in Arizona. We were trying to avoid any large fiscal impact. There's certain databases you can do, but now we're dealing with a, significant fiscal cost. And I think dealing with, the immediate problem was the priority. And I thought this was the path of least resistance. I think a better way to enforce this would have, a database where sometimes they'll have a license plate, which resolves everything. Not everyone has that. There was some talk of putting a sticker as opposed to the license plate, but the placard travels with the person, not the vehicle. So there's a lot of different ways we could have gone. It's getting a little complicated, but honestly, I thought having anything with a large fiscal impact, I would hate to see this policy suffer for that reason. So I chose to go this route.
Thank you.
Representative Palmenden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I'm disheartened that the placards with photo IDs did not pass. One concern that I have is the misuse of placards. And many times I've seen a vehicle with a placard and like 6 teenagers come, and I don't just pick on teenagers, but jump out of the car and run into the store. And to me, it looks like an obvious abuse of maybe their parents' placard. I'm not aware, do we have an RSA for misuse of placards and what that fine would be?
So it might actually be what's in here. If you're misusing the placard, you're not authorized to use it. I know we had something. The enforceability of that, so let's say I did that and I used the placard and there's the senator. He just testified he'd never do that and here he is. And if you were to report that to the police, they can come enforce it, but you got to be caught in the act. It's kind of hard to do. The opposition had to do with some privacy concerns about having their photograph on there. Although I understood what they were saying, I didn't think that was as much of an issue. But at the same time, the amount of opposition to it, respectfully, I think ultimately the enforcement side here was critical. But you're not authorized to park there, even if you have a placard. It has to be for the person. The person has to be in the vehicle who's handicapped. So that, like I said, the placard travels with the individual. So if I use like someone's car and they have a handicap placard, I can't hang it up unless they're in the vehicle with me.
Just point of clarification.
Follow up.
Yeah, just so to clarify, you're saying an abuse of the placard under this bill would be a $500 fine.
I'm not 100% on that. I can look into that if you'd like, but I do know that is also a penalty.
And I know it's difficult to approve, and like I represent Nashua, we have parking enforcement, so the police don't even issue non-moving violations. So enforcement is definitely an issue, but I think this is very warranted.
We did talk about having parking enforcement agents, and it wouldn't quite be police. The problem with that is each municipality would have to adopt that. And one, it's now hiring more employees, you have to fill those positions. And we felt really that increasing the fine, ultimately, whether someone parks and they're still taking a parking spot, preventing people who are handicapped from being able to go along their lives. It's really a problem. And what I'm talking about is when they park there, it's not just, even if there's a space 3 spaces over that's available, it's the space when someone's in a wheelchair to be unload out of a van. You would have to do that in the middle of the parking lot and then park. And that doesn't solve your problem either, because then when you go to leave, you have the same problem. So I thought the meter maid role was not going to, you need that in every town. So I really think the fine, hopefully the police will increase their efforts as well.
Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, taking questions. So I'm going to give you a real life scenario because of what you said something earlier. I'm going to give you a real life scenario and then frame my question. A number of years ago, I owned an auto parts business selling to the general public, businesses, etc. Customer called, ordered the part. My delivery driver delivered it. Happened to be in the middle of winter. The only space available, unbeknownst to my driver, was a handicap space. And I say it was unbeknownst to my driver because the paint indicating that it was a handicap had severely faded, was barely there. Plus it was covered with a thin layer of ice and snow. Whoever was doing the plowing did a terrible job. My driver did not know that it was in a handicap space. However, a customer that was there did know that it was a handicap space and reported my driver for it. So basically my question is, are those spaces required by law to be maintained to a certain level so that they can be recognized under all circumstances as to being a handicap reserved spot?
I never read the law or regulation. I can imagine that in either the building codes or in the regulations, that must be addressed. I mean, you are required to have the lines clearly drawn. I think I would be shocked if there wasn't the same requirement for the handicap spaces. I know a lot of places now, in addition to the lines painted, also will have a small like metal sign, kind of like the size of this, that also says handicap parking as well. So, and then if you, for some reason, this is just some general advice, if you can't see what's in front of you, if to the left or to the right of you is a spot where it's kind of some diagonal lines, that's reserved so no one parks there, so someone in a wheelchair can get out of the vehicle. So that's also a dead giveaway that it's a handicap spot.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair, now I'd like to recognize Rod Sims, who's representing himself, who's asking for about 2 minutes, who's in support of the bill. Welcome, sir, to transportation.
Good afternoon. My name is Rod Sims. I'm here representing myself, but I am my wife's personal caregiver, and as you can see, she's in a wheelchair, so we live the life. So we know exactly how a lot of these scenarios play out. I know you guys are all well-meaning and you're trying to figure out how things work. But personally, I don't see anything that's going to stop people, especially people who a $500 fine would be a tip that they'd leave on their meal, is that's going to stop them from abusing and parking in people's places who absolutely need those places. Because we've seen people that have the means to basically get away with whatever they want to do because they're rich. So they'll park in those places, and if they get fined, fine. They don't pay attention to that. But I did see a scenario to where a guy had a parking lot at his store, and it was very close to another store. And people would constantly use his parking spots, whether they was handicapped or not, to park there to go to the other store. So people who wanted to go to his store couldn't park there, so he was losing revenue. So he hired a guy with a tow truck, and he worked out with a impound lot and he posted signs clearly marked, if you're parked here, you will be towed. There is a 3-day impound and you will have to pay the fee for the tow truck driver. He said after he instituted that and several people got towed away, their vehicle was impounded for 3 days, he didn't have any more problems with people parking there. So I don't really see us putting a $500 fine on this is going to be actually going to solve the problem, because a lot of the people that abuse it don't care about $500. Another thing that was stated was that you had brought up about the person's image being on the paper. A lot of people that's disabled don't want their image in the public because they're a target anyhow. My wife, every time she goes out, I'm very concerned that she's going to be mugged or something. And if somebody sees that she's a person that's in that van and they disable that van and they know they can keep her outside that van for whatever reason, she's a target. So my suggestion originally on that bill was that the driver's license has to have that placard on there, the number for that. So if the police officer comes up and says, prove to me that you have the right to be using this placard, you pull out your driver's license and say, there's the number listed on my driver's license. I am the person this placard's assigned to. If he doesn't have that driver's license, then and the person's not with him, who's supposed to have that driver's license and that placard, then the person's illegally using a placard. That's my suggestion. Like I said, if you don't put some teeth in it, and one of the things we don't have here, the state that I'm from, because I'm not from the state originally, we post on our parking signs, if you're not driving this vehicle, and they have a description of the vehicle, it shows a van with a drop outside, you're not allowed to park here. And if the fine is going to be $250 if you park there, even if you're disabled, if you're not driving the proper vehicle to be allowed to park in the spot, you will be fined. And then people see that as a problem, because we do have in the disabled community, we have to have a spot large enough that has a deployable ramp, not ramp, but actual physical lift, 1,000-pound lift to get her in the chair in the van. So we need the very wide spots. So there'll be 4 or 5 spots farther away from the door made for cars, or the narrow accessible area, and somebody in a small car will be parked in the van only spot. So I think I support the bill, but I think there needs to be some amendments done, and if not, we're just gonna be going through this again, because it's not gonna address or solve the problems adequately. So I'm open to questions. If anybody
Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
With that, I do not have anybody else who wants to, pink card? I don't have one. We'll give right another one. Just for the record, state your name and.
Yes, my name is Melinda Sims. Thank you for having me speak today. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony regarding SB 151 concerning accessible parking permit verification and abuse prevention. I'm testifying as the New Hampshire Chapter Advocacy Coordinator for United Spinal Association and as a wheelchair user personally affected by accessible parking issues. For the past 3 years, I've been researching accessible parking issues in New Hampshire and working with United Spinal Association on state, national, veterans, and federal initiatives regarding accessible parking. I also serve as a member of the Governor's Commission on Disabilities Architectural Barrier-Free Design Committee and a special GCD work group for accessible parking. United Spinal Association is actively collaborating with the U.S. Department of Transportation and the U.S. Access Board, International Parking Institute, and the Parking Coalition and the Illinois Accessible Parking Program. I'm speaking today conditionally support SB 151 with amendments, otherwise I would oppose. First, the enforcement issue is paramount. As a wheelchair user myself, I've experienced firsthand the frustration of calling police when blocked from my van, only to have them never arrive. One police chief admitted that ticketing accessible parking violations is at the discretion of officers. Without consistent enforcement, higher fines alone won't help. I appreciate that the committee has already addressed our privacy concerns by amending the bill to remove the requirements for personal information on placards. This positive amendment aligns with the best practices in other states. It's important to note that police already have the capability to verify placard ownership through the SPOT program. Officers can quickly determine if a placard is being used properly, but issue remains inconsistent enforcement. As part of a national accessible parking work group, we've studied best practices across the country for 3 years. We recommend focusing on collaborative enforcement approaches rather than increasing fines. Volunteer programs in states like Illinois have reduced violations by 65% in just 3 years. Directing fine revenue toward maintaining accessible parking infrastructure. Instead of if you do decide on fines, we believe that it shouldn't go back to the PD. It should go on the accessible parking infrastructures, bettering our signs, bettering the paint on the ground, so on. Coordinating with the Governor's Commission on Disability and relevant stakeholders on this issue, we would encourage you to contact them. These amendments would benefit everyone. People with disabilities gain reliable access, police resources aren't strained, the state creates a more efficient system, and businesses ensure their parking serves those who need it. I brought copies of our complete guide to accessible parking for committee members. You all have the packet that we've been working on for 3 years. Great information to help you with this decision. This guide specifically addresses the issues in this bill, including enforcement strategies, alternative to displaying personal information, and the Illinois model, which shows how a comprehensive approach is more effective than simply increasing fines. We support the bill's intent, but believe these amendments would make it more effective while better serving people with disabilities. So United Spinal conditionally supports with amendments, otherwise we have to oppose. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Representative John Giason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ma'am. I have a question. So you and I have spoken a few times, and one of the things that you had brought up to me was an issue with counterfeit or fraudulent placards. Do you think that an amendment adding a significant fine for counterfeit or fraudulent placards, possibly even making that a misdemeanor, would make this a better bill?
Absolutely, yes. Yes. And also misuse, like if your granddaughter was driving your car and used your placard, they should go after them. Hit them hard, and then they won't do it again. Thank you.
Representative
Any
Hamblin.
question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, taking questions today. In you talking about enforcement up to the police officer, law enforcement officer, as far as investigating whether someone's using a space fraudulently. Now, I have a friend that he has 25% lung capacity, so he has a placard to use. But now, when he gets out of his vehicle and takes a slow walk into the store, he is walking, and he has had the police called on him before for using a placard or handicapped space illegally. As a handicapped person, if a law enforcement officer had to come and investigate, well, are you handicapped? Tell me what your problem is. How's that going to go over with the whole handicapped community?
He has a placard. He's under the 200-foot ruling. And so all he has to do is tell the police officer, I have this placard. The police can look up his license and know that he's got that placard. It's under him. So the police can't ask him what his condition is, but he can ask him for his driver's license, and they can look it up in the SPOTS program and confirm that he is legit.
Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I do not have any other pink cards. So we're going to close the hearing on SB 151. Next bill. Yeah, if you can fill out the pink card for us, that'd be great. Our next bill will be SB 156, which will be starting in a couple minutes. Okay, it being 10:54, I'm going to open up the public hearing on SB 156, allowing the Division of Motor Vehicles to contract with third-party vendor to facilitate the secure transfer of title applications and information. And the chair would like to recognize Tricia Valillo, who will be introducing the bill. Welcome to Transportation, Tricia.
Thank you. You did great with that last name. Okay, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tricia Malillo. I'm the Senate Majority Caucus Director here for Senator Ricciardi, who couldn't be here today. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 156, which authorizes the Division of Motor Vehicles to contract with a third-party vendor to facilitate the secure electronic transfer of motor vehicle title applications and information. This bill was requested by the Department of Safety, and they are here to testify after me, and reflects an effort towards modernization while maintaining data security and regulatory oversight. It provides the statutory authority needed to modernize New Hampshire's title system by enabling the use of an electronic lien and title hub. By allowing secure electronic communication between the DMV, municipal agents, car dealerships, financial institutions, and other authorized users, Senate Bill 156 will streamline title processing, reduce administrative delays, improve data security and accuracy, protect sensitive personal and financial information. The bill ensures strong safeguards by limiting the use and transfer of vehicle information and authorizes the Department of Safety to enforce compliance through written orders if necessary. And like I said, the Department of Safety is here and they can probably answer your questions better than I, but I can take questions back to Senator Ricciardi if you have any.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Got off late.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tricia.
Okay.
Chair now like to recognize Jennifer O'Leary from the DMV, who supports the bill, looking for 2 minutes. Welcome back, Jennifer.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my testimony. The passage of this bill will allow the Division of Motor Vehicles to receive title applications electronically in addition to current methods, and will address lien communication through electronic channels, both of which will improve efficiency, and this will provide a greater service to customers and stakeholders who we serve. Adding the proposed language in RSA 26014 protects the consumer's information to the same degree of all records held within the department's system of record, both MAP and Vision. The Department of Safety is in support of SB 156, and I can take any of your questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Portaro.
Do you know how it looked for this bill to come to us, how it went through the Senate Transportation Committee, how it went through the process, how it looked?
Meaning through hearing and yes, it was unanimous.
Representative Hempel.
Thank you. Thank you for taking our questions today. So is this just for title information transfer only between businesses and the state? Or can it include person-to-person title transfer as well?
That's a fantastic question. This bill is intended for lending institutions and licensed dealers within the state of New Hampshire to transmit title application information into our system. We're currently operating this way with our municipalities. So when you go into your town and go to process a registration and title for a vehicle that's new to you, they're inputting the information into the system and it's communicating directly into our system of MAP, which is our system of record. This is going to open up the avenue for dealers to be able to do the same thing without returning personal protected information to the dealers.
Okay. Follow-up?
Follow-up.
Is there a cost to the dealers and London institution to do this, or is this just something free of charge?
That's a great question. So at this time, there's no cost for the dealers to opt into this program through the state. Our goal is to onboard a vendor program that's going to act as an electronic hub, so kind of a processing system that would communicate the information from our system of record into their system of record. Most dealers operate with what we call a dealer management system, so a DMS, and this would be an add-on to that system.
Representative Giason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's actually kind of a follow-up to his question. Do we already have the staff systems and logistics to support this without incurring new cost to the state?
We do actually. We would be onboarding a new vendor. That vendor is also going to come with a help desk and to provide support to the dealers and the state staff. We will not have to hire any new staff with the DMV.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a follow-up to Representative Guyoson's question, which is a follow-up to Representative Hamlin's question. Sorry, I had to do it. We aren't bringing on any staff and it's not costing us any money. Who's paying this vendor? Because they're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. Does it just go to the dealer as part of the process?
The charges that would come along would be per transaction at this point, yes.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. No follow-up on that. All right, with that, I have no other pink cards for this. Is there anyone else? Make sure. Okay, so with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on SB 156. Our next bill will be SB 272. We'll start in a couple minutes. Okay, it being 11:02, I'm going to open up the public hearing on SB 272 relative to electric vehicle charging station funding. Chair would now like to recognize Senator Waters. Welcome back, Senator Waters.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of me today, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 272 relative to electric vehicle charging station funding. This bill was a request from the Municipal Association, and it was the subjects in it were brought up during the study committee that we had due to a House bill last summer to look at EV charging, and they brought up two matters that they thought they would like us to address. The first is, as you know, municipalities have revolving funds and they can place money in that over a number of years to provide for capital or other projects, and all the list of things that they can use those for, like parking garages and this and that and the other thing. They also like to have the authorization to use the revolving funds to collect funding for installing and maintaining an electric vehicle charging station. This is a particular interest of chambers of commerce and people in the tourism industry and so forth, and the municipal association who want people who have these cars to be able to get a charging station in the downtown somewhere or in a parking garage and be able to charge up their car when they went to shop or go to restaurants. The second part of the bill establishes a fine structure for parking in a spot that is designated as an EV parking spot. It's funny, I had thought 10 years ago when we put in the statute about designated parking spaces that we had included enforcement, and I guess that we did not. So what they said is they would like to add here in the no parking section that deals with disability and other kinds of special parking places that you'll see in the bold here. If it's specially designated for an EV, if you're not there charging, then you would have a violation. And we settled on the $62 fee, which is considerably less than $250 for disability parking violation, but I think is about right. It kind of accords with other kinds of violations for parking that we have. And so you'll see there what it does is the usual situation where with these fines, 20% goes to the town or the city where the violation occurred. And so, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that's the bill.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Representative Howry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Just for clarification, this is enabling legislation for local municipalities, correct?
The first part is enabling.
Yep.
And then the fine is just like any other one we establish for parking in a no parking spot or a spot that is reserved for folks with disabilities or there are other sorts as well, emergency vehicles. But this one adds this paragraph about if you're parked in a designated spot for an EV and you're not charging. And I will say that this is actually now enforced. If you park at the EV charging over in Green Street that the state runs, if you stay there too long, you're gonna get a fine or anyway. So that's what it does. Part enabling, part just a fine.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, taking this. So in this bill, it talks about whether on public or private property. So private property meaning something such as a private business that installs a charger?
Thanks for the question. What you could think of is like a shopping plaza. You know,
Okay.
where you're going to have your handicapped spaces, right? And if they've decided to spend their own money to put up some charging stations, it could be enforced there too. So it's similar to that's basically the explanation.
Follow up.
What if the business doesn't want that type of law enforced on their business, on their property?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. What I would imagine is that they would simply not put up the sign designated it as a EV charging space. If they don't want to put up the sign, then anybody can park there. But see, that's why the language here says there's going to be visible designation. This is a reserved spot for EV parking.
All right.
And if they put that up, then it can be enforced. If they don't put it up.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Pataro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Going back to the first part of the intent of this bill, why is it necessary to establish a revolving fund at the town level specifically for charging stations?
Thanks for the question. This is not doing that. What it's saying is if you have a revolving fund, which municipalities have, because they might want to be able to, almost every town warrant you look at says to deposit something in a revolving fund for buying the next police cruiser or the fire truck or, for Dover was a parking garage. Took a long time to get that fund filled up. But anyways, we have to enable each thing that they can use it for. So this is just adding to the list of things they can use a revolving fund for. If they choose, they could also use it to put aside some money for charging stations.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
And with that, I do not have any pink cards for this particular bill. So with that, I am going to close the public hearing on SB 272. Next one up is SB 150 in a couple minutes.
Did you guys change your cards? I guess.
Okay, it being 11:11. Ooh, look at that. Open up the hearing on SB 150, defining electric vehicle charging stations and charging a fee for annual testing by the Division of Weights and Measures. Chair recognizes Senator Waters. Welcome back again, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator David Waters, District 4, to introduce Senate Bill 150. And there is an amendment being passed around, which some work continued on this at the Weights and Measures after more conversations with folks in the EV and EV charging industry. And so you have that, and if it's not inconvenient, I just soon speak to the amended version that you have, because that's what the Weights and Measures people thought we ought to do. This bill was a request of Commissioner Jasper. As we begin to deploy more EV charging infrastructure, it does seem to make sense that if we're going to protect the public, that we ought to treat these devices as we treat gas pumps and other things that are regulated by Weights and Measures, with the appropriate inspection protocols and associated fees, because, as I said, they should be treated these as service providing devices, which is what we do regulate and inspect to make sure that the customer is getting what they pay for. So what's it sets up, as you'll see, is we need the appropriate definition for what kinds of stations, and that's in the first part of the bill, so that we can have that universe of stations that need to be inspected. And you'll see a reference to the National Institute of Standards and Technology Handbook 44, the National Type Evaluation Program, of just what these charging items are. Then starting on paragraph 2 is where we outline the process for standards for Weights and Measures and the fee here, so that there would be an electric vehicle charging meter $175 fee, which is kind of in accordance and kind of fair play with what is charged for other such devices as well. Please note that it has the licensing and certification date January 1st, 2027. There was, for existing ones, there was considerable concern from the EV industry and EV infrastructure industry that, well, would the Department of Agriculture Weights and Measures be ready to get out there and inspect these, or would they be sitting there uninspected and therefore unable to operate? So by giving them that time, What I learned from Weights and Measures was that they would be able to get the equipment they need, because there's some equipment to purchase, and the commissioner can discuss about the funding that he found to set up the program, so that by that date, we could provide some real assurance that the Weights and Measures Division be ready to go and provide very timely inspection and certifications. Then you'll see a little bit down below, there was also a lot of question from the industry and others. Well, who are going to get to do this? How are they going to be trained? Are they going to have the appropriate equipment? They're going to have the training that they need. And so this clarifies just how the department will ensure that somebody that they're using is registered and certified and has the training to do that. And then you'll see on the following page that the compliance officer will be established who can make sure that we comply with this. And then the last part of the bill identifies those funds and the that can be used to set the program up. So just if I may say a couple of other things in general comment about beyond the details of the bill. Is the funding for setting up EV infrastructure. A lot of it is setting them up is from private folks who want to put them in their parking lots or otherwise. We also had funding from the Volkswagen settlement that Governor Sununu designated a certain amount of dollars to go towards public charging stations and for charging stations for the state fleet. And then we received, I believe it's $19.1 million from the federal government to establish charging stations. And under Governor Sununu, there was a plan developed about, where's the best bang for the buck. Wanted to make sure the North Country was covered and the major highways from the tourism, the ski industry, that they're desperate for this infrastructure. Because of the large percentage of vehicles that now they could decide to go to Vermont, or they could decide to go to Maine if they can't get their charging, and a lot of Canadian tourists, although maybe won't see so many of those this year, I don't know. But anyways, whatever the kind of issues are around EVs and what people think about them, it's pretty clear that we need to be able to provide folks who come to the state with the capacity to charge their charge, so they'll come here and enjoy our recreation, our businesses, and otherwise. So it's a startup that this provides for, but it can, just given the pace and the commitment by Tesla and others to really go forward on ramping up even and expanding the charging system Tesla has the most number of ports in the state, and they're going to build a lot more, which is what I've been told by their national director, and then other folks who are building them under the funding that's going out that the state has. So we're going to see more charging stations. We'll have the system in place to make sure they can get inspected and certified quickly, so that if they're built, they're not sitting there idle, and that people can go about traveling in the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Any questions from committee? Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Senator. So right now, the charging stations, safety, they're managed privately between the vendors and whoever purchases those. As long as they're input properly, electrical license, etc. Have you identified a significant safety risk to the state that warrants us creating a reason to and a method to inspect these?
Thanks for the question. It's really not, this bill is not particularly about safety per se. It's about weights and measures. That when it says that you're getting 12 kilowatt hours and you paid your $3 or $4, that you're getting what you paid for. It's like a gas pump, periodic inspection. And, the industry will say, well, we do a pretty good job, and I'm sure they do, of making sure that their equipment is functioning so that it's charging people. You put your credit card or your phone up and you plug your car in, and then the juice flows in and fills it up, and then you drive. Well, I think it's important, like with a gas pump, that we make sure that consumer has got what they paid for. So that's what this is about.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. I can't help but note, extending that gas pump analogy a bit, the fee for this inspection is roughly 10x, I think it's 9.6x what a gas pump inspection costs today. Could you expand on how we came to this number and why such a disparity exists?
Yeah, all these weights and measures things, if you look at the overall statute, it's all very complex, this category and that category, and therefore, I'm going to have the experts speak to exactly the choices. We had a lot of conversation around why this is the right size for the money, and that's what I put in the bill, but they're going to tell you why, okay? Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Hamblin.
Thank you. So, thank you for taking more questions today.
Yeah, thank you.
So this talks about $175 per meter to include annual testings. Is that $175 a one-time fee or an annual fee?
Annual fee, like with gas pumps and I will say gas pump is one I mentioned, but there's all kinds of other weights and measures that we do at various costs. But yes, annual, because that's why you'd know that year to year that's still accurate.
Follow up?
Yep, but I don't know how to word it, so I'll hold off, but thank you.
And if I may just continue, Representative, there are many other states that have done this. I think that, the commissioner will say that when colleagues meet from the 50 states, they talk about making sure that they have the appropriate regulation and weights and measures. And many states have now done this, and the costs, the fee from the other states are kind of in line with this. And so anyways, I mean, the commissioner can tell you more about it, but it is, I think eventually we'll see all 50 states will have some kind of inspection program for these.
Did the question come to the surface?
I think so, yeah, thank you.
Representative Hamblin.
So I understand correctly, this won't include the electric meter that's inside my garage?
No.
My private use?
No.
But it would supply one that's out in public, even if it's free to use, provided by an employer for his employees, et cetera?
I think the definition may exclude that, but I will I'll wait till you come up when I'm done. But they'll tell you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I
Chair.
have to get back to committee, but if there are more questions or you have some, I know that this committee may have some good ideas to improve this, so if
You're always
anything I
welcome
can
back,
help with,
Senator.
Thank you.
Chair, now I'd like to recognize Nick Paul from Clean Energy New Hampshire, who has some written testimony asking for 2 minutes. Can't tell if he's support or against. I assume it's support. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. My name is Nick Paul. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs at Clean Energy New Hampshire. I want to thank you for your time and for the thoughtful way you've approached complex issues like this one throughout the session. I'm here today to suggest that short of a very carefully considered amendment, that you retain SB 150 so that it can be improved in a way that's more consistent with New Hampshire's stated goals and governing philosophy. At its heart, this bill presents us with sort of a classic choice in terms of how we make policy decisions. States really have two broad approaches when it comes to building out electric vehicle charging infrastructure. The first is a free market approach, where the state creates a clear and predictable framework and then steps back, allowing private investment and competition to do the work. That's been New Hampshire's approach. And while it hasn't resulted in the changes we need to take place happening overnight, it has brought steady progress. That's because the business case is growing and local entrepreneurs and companies are stepping up. The second approach is more hands-on, regulate and subsidize. In that model, the state plays a central role in funding, maintaining, and monitoring the infrastructure. That's the model we've seen in states like Vermont and New York, where substantial public investment goes hand in hand with more robust oversight. Either of these approaches can work, but it's crucial to match the regulation to the resources. What we're concerned about is that SB 150 in its current form attempts to borrow the regulatory framework from Vermont without providing the funding and public investment that makes those systems viable. The result is a set of requirements that are hard to meet, especially for smaller companies and local site hosts, which risk undermining the very market-based model that has brought us this far. I want to be clear, we agree with the goal of customer protection, and we're ready to work with you to build a fair and credible system of oversight for EV charging. But that system has to be practical, affordable, and aligned with the way New Hampshire has chosen to grow this sector. Retaining this bill would give us all the opportunity to refine it, bring in more voices, and ensure that what emerges truly supports the future we're trying to build together, one where businesses can thrive, consumers are protected, and a cleaner transportation system continues to move forward. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? No. Representative Hamblin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. So basically, I'm going to follow up with the same question that I had for the senator previously. Did this bill or did anything concern as far as all those charging stations that are available to use that are free of charge, say, to employees of a company or something?
I'm not sure how that distinction would raise a concern, I guess.
Well, I see nothing that would include or exclude that type of scenario.
I do think one of the concerns with the bill as written is that there's not a clear distinction between public and private charging that would be made explicit in a way that you would hope. But I think some people that speak after me could speak more directly to that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thanks again.
Chair now like to recognize Emily Kelly from ChargePoint, who's seeking 2 minutes, has passed out some written testimony, who opposes the bill. Welcome to transportation.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for your time today. My name is Emily Kelly. I'm here on behalf of ChargePoint to respectfully oppose Senate Bill 150 and ask you to retain it in committee. ChargePoint is a global leader in EV charging. We have over 200 public charging ports in New Hampshire that are primarily owned and operated by local entities in the state, including municipalities and businesses, both small and large. To be really clear, ChargePoint absolutely supports fair and accurate EV charging standards around meter accuracy. We've long been involved in developing these national guidelines under NIST Handbook 44. We're very confident in our meter accuracy and our equipment, but we're concerned that this bill could introduce a number of challenges that could hinder EV charging adoption and innovation in New Hampshire. So first off, the bill calls for an annual inspection of chargers, which is incredibly resource intensive. I believe there's over 700 public charging ports right now in New Hampshire, and that's just going to grow. Equipment costs alone to test the stations can reach up to $100,000, and inspections can take up to 90 minutes or longer per port. Other states have adopted a bit more of a reasonable inspection interval, like once every 2 to 3 years. The technical folks at my company say that the meters inside EV charging stations tend not to drift very much, so we think that every 2 or 3 years could be appropriate. Second, the bill says that only one person employed by the department may place chargers into service, and we're afraid that could create a bottleneck that could delay station openings and also burden state personnel. The longer the station owner has to wait for a station to be turned on and used, the less drivers can use it, and the less that an owner can start to reclaim any return on their investment. And then third is the fee. I think $175 per port is the highest we've seen in the country. So most stations are dual port, and that's up to $350 a station for a business owner or someone that owns a station. And we're seeing that's, triple that of a gas pump fee in the state. So we're just concerned that could disproportionately impact small businesses and property owners who offer EV charging. We certainly want to work with stakeholders to craft a policy that supports transparency and consumer protection, without creating unnecessary barriers and high costs. So for that reason, I would urge you to retain the bill so that interested stakeholders have more time to work with the department and the legislature on the language. So thanks for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Do I understand ChargePoint currently tests their own units on a 2 to 3 year basis? Is that what?
So when we manufacture the station, they come off the line with the meter embedded and then they get installed. And so this bill would require that this one compliance officer that this bill creates would have to come to the site of install and test the meter for accuracy before the station was turned on, is our understanding. And we're just afraid that just one person doing that for the entire state could create a bottleneck. We've just not seen that before, where it's one person in charge of every station.
Follow.
Thank you. What would be a reasonable number of people?
Typically, we've seen states employ registered service agents to go out and test these devices, whether it's a gas pump or a deli scale or whatever the device may be. I don't know that number off the top of my head, but usually there is a group of people or a pool of folks that's going around and doing this. I've just never seen it be one person.
Follow up.
Follow up on the follow up.
Thank you. And the 175 per port is excessive. What would be a reasonable number?
So, and again, this is all really new. So the only state currently enforcing and charging a fee is California. That's done on a county by county basis, and usually it's $100 or less per port, and that's a yearly fee.
Thank you.
Representative Palandin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And I think you just said, well, this is new. That's
Yep.
where I'm coming from. Well, this is new technology. I just see that maybe that's why, or one of the reasons for the $175 fee. Is it, in your mind, possible where these are electric charging stations that have electricity, that they could have, say, a Wi-Fi connection and be reporting to a central base the condition of the unit? Is that something that is within the realm of technology?
Yeah, so there's a ton of information from the charger that's shared over the air, over the cloud. However, I don't know of, and I've never heard of the ability to know the accuracy of the meter through that function. You know, the way it's, again, supposed to be done now is you purchase this testing equipment that can range anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000, and you go and plug it in, and that's how you test the meter. I don't know of a way to like send the information over the air, but maybe, you know, who knows in the future, but I don't know of that, you know, being an option now. I wish it was. Yeah.
Representative Hamblin.
Thank you. Thank you for being here answering questions. So looking at it from the viewpoint of a charging station being a port where electricity comes in, is metered, accounted for to be charged, and then dispensed to use. Is there any practical difference between a charging station and the meter on the outside of our house that does not require a yearly inspection?
I'm not exactly sure. I just know that I believe there is the possibility for these meters that are embedded in the charging stations to potentially drift, and then potentially people aren't getting what they pay for. So like, again, similar to a gas pump or a deli scale where they're tested occasionally, I think there is the possibility of movement there, and that's where this testing comes into play, just to make sure that the consumer is getting what they pay for, which we're totally supportive of. Like I said, we understand this will be a thing, and I think in all 50 states eventually. It's just a few specifics in here. I think we're just concerned about the implementation.
Thank you.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to be clear about this. As I understand your reply to Representative Hill's question, that currently charging stations have an embedded meter and that beyond their original installation on site, there is no confirmation of its accuracy at any point.
Correct. Thus the need for creating this program. Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. If the meter can drift not in the consumer's favor, can it drift in the consumer's favor? And don't you have a motivation to check these yourself?
That's a great question. I am not sure. I suppose that could happen. And again, I'm not the technical expert, but I've talked to folks that said the drift is very, very small typically. And again, when we're engineering our products and then having them manufactured, we're doing our own testing on that meter at some point in the process. Again, now it's getting shipped from a factory to the install point, and I guess that's where there could be some concern that maybe the meter is, jostled at some point, or again, I think that's what the thought is.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair now like to recognize James Penfold from Revision Energy, who has written testimony, who opposes the bill, looking for 2 minutes. Welcome to transportation, sir. Did you pass the testimony around, or?
I did. Did it get around? Good morning. My name is James Penfold, and I serve as the State Director for EV Charging at Revision Energy. We are both a developer and owner of electric vehicle charging sites throughout New Hampshire and New England as a whole. Revision thanks the sponsors sincerely for this legislation and their leadership on policies related to EVs. However, we are concerned with many aspects of this bill, and in particular, the increased costs of doing business in New Hampshire for small businesses. Small businesses, particularly those that need to support out-of-state and Canadian EV drivers, are installing chargers at hotels, ski areas, and tourist attractions. This $175 fee per device or per meter, and as Emily just described, there might be two in a particular device, is unreasonably high, and it will act as a significant disincentive for the build-out of a robust network of stations, which the state critically needs to compete with neighboring states and provinces in attracting tourism. We are also very concerned with the additional red tape and the delays that this will create for completing projects and getting them open for business. We already deal with a lot of red tape as it is, and projects take a particularly longer time to get them complete than we would normally like. So overall, we believe this bill, as written, will affect customer confidence and create investment uncertainty. Thank you for your time and consideration. We'd be happy to provide further feedback now or later. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sort of in line with Representative Hill's question of the last witness, is there a more acceptable number for the cost that you guys have in mind? Or, I mean, I know other than zero, perhaps, because I imagine that's where you want to be.
Great question.
Or timing also.
So Vermont, I've been looking at their program recently, and I can't remember the exact number. I'd be happy to provide it after this, but something comes to mind of $200 one-time fee, and some of the questions you asked Emily before me about the testing intervals. Their system allows an installer to register as a certified installer to get these open for business, right? So it doesn't delay the opening. And I think that's a really critical thing for us. And then the annual certification can be done by, let's say, the state certified person with the $100,000 test piece of kit. So that's something that we would, if this is open for amendment, we'd love to get some more information to you on that kind of thing.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is it feasible to operate one of these independent of the grid? Can solar support them?
Yes, it can. They're pretty expensive, the equipment to do that, because you have to have a large solar system to be able to provide that level of power. And also, you usually have to have a battery involved to be able to smooth out the lack of sun, for example. So yes, it is possible, but it's not common, certainly not around here yet.
Follow up.
Thank you. With that in mind, are you aware of any conversation within the formation of this bill that discussed infrastructure and our ability to actually support through the grid a larger number of charging units?
No, we haven't really been engaged much in this at all, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. And it looks like we're going to have a tag team here. It was a little crust. Chair recognizes Jessica Keeler, who's from Ski, New Hampshire, and Kevin Bell, who is from Loon Mountain Resort. Asking for about 2 to 3 minutes. They have some written testimony and they oppose the bill. Welcome, Jessica. Welcome, Kevin. You are tagged in.
Thank you, Vice Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for having us here today and for taking our testimony. We are here in opposition of the bill as written. I would also just like to say that we're really appreciative of Senator Waters' efforts on EVs and EV charging infrastructure in the state. However, this bill is something that makes us a little bit nervous, and we're here to explain why. So I'm Jessica Keeler. I'm the president of Ski New Hampshire. We are a trade association that represents over 30 ski areas throughout the state. And I'm also here as a member of the New Hampshire Travel Council. A few of our areas, including Loon Mountain, who you'll hear from in just a moment, have installed EV chargers, and others have been considering it. And mainly they're doing this because they see it as an investment to ensure that EV driving guests are confident that they can get home after a day at the mountain. We've definitely heard complaints or concerns from guests, skiers, summer guests, about the lack of charging in the state, particularly in the White Mountains and the North Country regions. And it's a concern that we have for tourism in the state, especially as EV adoption is growing throughout the region. I would say nearly 100% of our guests come from states in the Northeast, not just New England, but New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Canada, except maybe not now as much as someone noted earlier. Where EV adoption rates are very high, and the states have developed policies and incentives to build more charging stations. At least half of our skiers, and probably more than that, for spring, summer, and fall guests are from Massachusetts, where they're expected to have about 1.5 million registered EVs in less than a decade. And in the 2024 ISO New England Transportation Electrification Forecast, they expect 3 million EVs to be registered in New England states alone in the coming decade. So that's about 30% of New England vehicles on the road. So SB 150 is problematic for tourism-related businesses because it adds both a financial and a regulatory burden to investments already made, including the cost and the scheduling of these certifications/inspections. I'm afraid that it could put a wet blanket on future charging investments. And the way the bill is written to comply with the National Institute of Standards and Technology Handbook 44, which was adopted on January 1 in 2023, suggests that any chargers older than that might have to be fixed to meet new certification requirements, which might just result in some businesses not bothering, which could then result in those stations being taken offline altogether. And that's definitely not something that I think the tourism industry in the state needs right now. So I could either take questions or hand it over to Kevin. All right, you're up.
Great, thank you. Yes, my name is Kevin Bell. I'm the Vice President of Marketing at Loon. And currently we host 16 EV charging stations at the resort. That's the most of any ski resort in the state and the most of any private business in our area. We operate in all 4 seasons, and regardless of seasons, we have EV charging available and see the demand increasing. It was over a decade ago that we installed our first 3 chargers, but after listening to our guests for a long time and potential guests, those 3 were just not quite cutting it. So in the fall of 2023, we added an additional 13 stations, and we would have done that sooner if we could have gotten the equipment. We chose to invest on our own to keep up with demand. We did not ask for or receive any federal funding to install those chargers. And today I'm happy to report we are meeting the needs of EV charging guests. And drive by the resort today, even on a day that we're closed, you will see those chargers being used. Their guests are applauding our efforts and looking at our EV chargers as an amenity and thanking us for having them both in person and through our guest comment surveys. For a resort whose primary market is more than 100 miles away, there is no doubt that chargers add to the appeal for us both as a destination and a regional draw. But beyond the service of our guests, the EVs chargers serve our team as well. 3 of the chargers here at the resort are for private use only to support the growing number of EV vehicles that we have in our fleet. And EVs have become a valuable cross-functional tool for our team, particularly when we need to get power to remote areas of the mountain. So overall, we are very fortunate to be in a position to be able to invest in EV chargers for the resort and to meet the needs of our guests. But like those initial 3 chargers we added over a decade ago, we know we are going to need to invest more along the way. Expansion of EV charging is something that we obviously fully support, but the added costs, longer processing times are key concerns that we are concerned about that would make us reconsider, delay, or even halt our progress. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I guess this is specifically for Loon. Have you had any complaints from customers indicating that they're not getting what they think that they're getting at the pump?
None. 0.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
We also have had legislation in the past concerning having to police the spots and having non-EV cars parking in the EV spots. Is that something that you have experienced as well, or is that a non-issue?
Sure, that was a concern as we installed our, if anyone's familiar with Loon, we installed our bank basically right on the Kancamagus Highway, right at what we call the beach lot. And those 10 stations out there were a major concern because we are busy on the weekends. And we put up signage to enforce, EV charging only. And then we also were able to put in they call a loitering fee. So if you charge beyond, if you are at a full charge for X amount of time, there's an additional fee that can be charged.
Quick
follow up on follow up.
How does that require additional personnel on your part to monitor how long someone has been loitering? Is that the idea?
No, there's no additional. It's part of our setup process.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Patero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question is for Mr. Bell. Wondering if you could comment on more of like the business or profitability aspect of the mountain, starting small with a brand new technology, seems to be working. You've expanded, you've added more spaces. Basically, is it profitable for the mountain?
I can't speak to what the total investment costs were to add those. I don't have those numbers, but I can tell you, it is not a revenue driver for us, right? We are fortunate enough with our location to be 3 miles off I-93 on the Kankomagas Highway, a major destination for global travel. And for us to be able to offer that amenity that we're hearing from guests is the kind of the main reason for installing.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Did a great job tag teaming. Chair now like to recognize Jennifer Smith, who's representing herself, who is asking for 2 to 3 minutes and is opposing the bill. Welcome, Jennifer, the Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I have been driving EV for about 12 years, and I live about 5 miles from here, so that's no problem. I don't charge when I'm in here. And charging at home is quite cheap. But, you tend to go places, and it's nice to find a charger. It's even nicer when they're ones that right close to somewhere you want to be, and you don't have to walk 2 miles. So I'm really concerned that these fees will cause some places to take out those amenity chargers that you were just hearing about. I have used Loon's chargers. And the ones at the large place in Tilton, what do they call that? I forget, but it's a big shopping area. I'm concerned that those people will not want to support that. And even more concerned that dealers who aren't currently charging at least their own customers will find that they can't support this. And I know in some other states where there are a lot more level 3 chargers, as they're called, fast chargers, the costs of those chargers have skyrocketed, and sometimes you're stuck because there aren't enough of them, and there certainly aren't enough in New Hampshire. And I have never, ever encountered a problem with level 3 chargers not providing what they say they're providing. There are other problems with them, like they seem not to want to give you the amount of electricity that you're asking for, and that probably has to do with their problems with demand charges, but that's a whole nother issue. And I think this is poorly thought through, that people aren't really seeing what the landscape looks like. My car tells me exactly how many kilowatt hours I've got. And I know, so at the start of a charge, I know what it's got, and at the end, and I think that's true of all EVs. And I just really think, and there was one other. There are some that only charge after a certain length of time. There's a hotel in Manchester that's close to some things that I like to go to. It's very nice. They don't charge for 2 hours. And they're going to charge after that 2 hours, but I think they're probably going to get rid of that amenity if they have to pay $350. Oh, actually, it'd probably be more than that. Well, anyway, $700 every year to offer these to the small number of EV drivers. And there's this chicken and egg thing around EVs. If I can't charge where I want to go, I'm not going to buy an EV. And it's really a serious issue. Yes, we're getting longer range. Our current EV, our third EV, gets pretty good mileage. But it used to be a really serious issue to get more than 60 miles on my first EV, especially in the winter, because you heat with the electricity. So I think this needs a lot more work, and the fee just sounds to me very unreasonable, way more than certifying a gas pump, which you can't tell on most cars how much you really got. I don't know that there are any EVs who can't tell how much they really got. So that's my testimony. Please rework this bill. Retain it.
Any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. Chair now like to recognize Cheryl Ayer from the Department of Agriculture, Division of Weights and Measures. Welcome to transportation. Tag team? Oh, I'm all for tag teams. Okay, the tag team partner is Sean Jasper, who's the Department of Agriculture. Welcome both.
Well, I guess I'll start off. I think you've heard a lot of red herrings here, which on the surface, many of them may seem to be quite legitimate concerns. But I think if you dig into the weeds, they're not. The amendment clearly addresses the issue of if it's a free for service, I mean, there's no charge, we won't be inspecting those. That's not the intent. This is about consumer protection. And we think that if you read our statute now, we probably could go out and do this, but we'd be charging a much lower fee and not recouping what it would cost the state. And I think that's the underlying thing, because there's a lot of talk about the $175. So let's look at that. That is a little bit less than 50 cents a day. And what does it cost to install these? So if you're doing a direct current, which are the ones that people are charging very quickly on, without site work, it's about $150,000. The AC, which takes much longer, $5,000 to $10,000 per unit without the site work. So if you take that $175, that's minuscule compared to the cost of doing this. We are about consumer protection. The legislature asks us to protect them from people who are not delivering enough cordwood. We go out and we look at, when you buy candy in bulk, are they taking the wrapper weight out of there? Are they taking the stick that the lollipop comes on out of there? Soda, beer, everything. The state of New Hampshire has said we want to protect the consumers from making sure that they are getting what they pay for. That is our charge by you to us. And we've been looking at this and saying, this is the one area that, in fact, we are not protecting the consumer. It's inconsistent with our charge from the legislature to not be doing this. And so that's why we had asked the Senate. The senator actually had a bill. We worked with him to come forward with this. So, is there a legitimate concern about, can we do this when people want it done? We think we can. We think somebody could call us and say, hey, we're going online, can you be there? We think we could be there within that week. We don't have an opposition to saying that the bill could be amended to say that after notification to the department, it must be inspected within 30 days. That would certainly alleviate that concern. We heard also about, we don't do electric meters. That's under the PUC. I can tell you that electric meters fail all the time. You read stories about it. I mean, there are times when people are way overcharged. We've heard about times when finally, the electric companies looked and said, hey, wait a minute, this bill is way under what the average has been. And then they go back and they charge people for what they believe that they should have been delivered. So that is not an infallible device at all. You heard just a minute ago about the fact that, every car knows, every car driver knows what's being delivered. I would suggest to you that within that range, and Director Ayer will address it a little bit more, you don't know exactly what you're being sold. We have this problem at gas pumps all the time, but I'll guarantee you that people don't know if you're being undercharged by a tenth or 2/10 of a gallon. You're not going to complain about that. You just don't know. It's not until the inspection is done that we find out that there are these pumps that are underperforming. Now, do they go the other way? Sometimes they do. We believe that this is what we should be doing based on our charges by you. And so why $175? It's 700 meters. That only produces enough revenue to support the one position. And Director Ayer will also speak to the fact that when you look at our license fee, and you heard 10 times, well, there's also the service tech who is actually out there doing the inspections, which is probably $90 a pump plus our fee. So it's really not out of line given the technology. What we're proposing is that we're going to take from one of our dedicated funds the money up front to buy this equipment, which is over $100,000, and we're not asking for the state to ever reimburse that fund. We're taking the chance because we recognize just how difficult the financial situation is, but we believe very much that we should be doing this, and we're certainly glad to work with the committee on an amendment if there are issues, but this is something that the legislature should look at in total with everything else we do, and I think all of the issues that are raised are somewhat of a red herring, because I don't think you're going to see people make an investment of $5,000 to $10,000 up to $150,000 for just the equipment, and then for 50 cents a day say, I'm not going to do it. This is, again, about consumer protection, and I'll be glad to take any questions, and I don't know if Director Ayer has any comments to make before the questions.
Doesn't matter either way.
No, Director, why don't you go, and then we'll field the questions afterwards.
Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee, I'm Cheryl Ayer. I'm the Director of Weights and Measures. One of the things that I want to point out is that we oversee all the commercial weighing and measuring devices in the state. With that, we want to make sure that there's equity in the market. Now, sometimes we look at just who do we want the equity for? Sometimes it's just we think of the individuals who are buying and purchasing that. But equity is also for the businesses that are involved. Because when we look at the tolerances, when we're testing all these commercial devices, it's not just in a minus error, it's also in a plus. We want the businesses who are using these devices to succeed as well. We want to make sure that they are not losing out either. And that's why we have the plus and minus tolerances. We also look at business to business. Now, when we're looking at gas stations, that's been brought up, they are paying for licensing fees and they're having their devices certified every year. How is that fair to those businesses who have been paying licensing fees and certification for years and years? We have had EV chargers in our state for a decade, and they haven't had to pay anything. So I want you to think about that. The other thing is that our fees have not changed since 2020. That's a 25-year span. Now, because of that, we do have House Bill 2 that, 2000, sorry. 25 years, not 2020. Since 2000, our fees have not changed. So that $18 fee now it's not per gas pump, it's per each meter within that gas pump. So you have anywhere from 1 to 6 meters in a gasoline dispenser. Now, each of those meters are what we license. And so they're $18 right now. But in House Bill 2, we are looking to increase that fee to $35. Now, we have talked to some of the service companies. They said that it costs approximately $90 per meter to test it. And so when you put that $35 fee with the 90, that's $125 per meter. Now, if you have 4 meters in a dispenser, that's already, you're up to $500. So it's not out of the realm. We also have propane fill stations that are now currently $90 per meter. We are proposing that go to $165. That is right in line with a charging meter and an EV charging port. I just wanted to address a couple of the other things that some of the previous people had addressed. One person. So in our division, we have 3 investigators right now. Each of them are considered compliance officers. So this bill would add another position, and all of them would be trained. So I hope that that eliminates some of the concern. The way the state is currently set up with weights and measures is that many of the devices are certified by registered and licensed service technicians that work with service agencies. And they are authorized to state certify the commercial weighing and measuring devices. They're right. We have a very small division. We don't have the manpower to currently state certify under our purview every single thing. But we feel like it's really important for us to be able to oversee all of the commercial weighing and measuring devices in the state. So we have a system where we are trying to implement where we either test ourselves or witness test 20% of the devices in the state every 5 years. Now, every device is required to be certified every year. That's how it is right now. And with that, that gives us, within a 5-year period, we would have been able to see or witness test or test ourselves every single commercial device in the state. I will tell you that our investigators were out at a metal recycling place 3 to 4 weeks ago. A service company had already been there in the fall. So they had fulfilled that requirement for 2024 certification. When they got to the site, there are a myriad of issues. They had 2 non-legal for trade precision scales. They had another precision scale that was legal for trade, but it was currently not being used. I mean, it wasn't working. So this was a licensed service technician who had placed those into service 3 years ago. And we didn't know the condition or the situation there until our individuals from our office went there and helped them to understand the issues. We have 20,780 weighing and measuring devices in the state right now. So there are a lot of devices. We depend on the service companies to help in that effort to state certify every year. Now, with the EVs, we want to make sure that there's accurate and reliable charging stations that build consumer trust in the EV market. We are not here to thwart the expansion and the installation of any EV devices. We encourage it. We just want to confirm that the charging stations provide the expected power output, and that provides and ensures consumer trust in the technology. Right now, we don't know what's happening out there. I am on a couple national committees, and in one of our conversations, I spoke with a gentleman from Ohio, and he happened to mention, because we had a conversation about EVs, he said that 1 month ago, he went to a municipality, and he was looking at, there was one charging station at different areas in the city, owned by the same municipality. They were funded, they actually had funding from the Department of Revenue because they use it as a source of road use tax. But in that enforcement, he found that all 4 charging meters were not in compliance. One was giving electricity and nothing showing on the display or on the electronic receipt. So in the case of Ms. Smith, who represented herself, in that situation, she may have seen it on her car, but she would not have seen what that receipt was on her device. 2 were charging for 50% of what was actually delivered. So if the meter was delivering 100 kilowatts, it would only show on the receipt 50 kilowatts. 1 was charging individuals 25% too much. These are all in one municipality. And I agree, they are a different technology. They have quite good accuracy. When I spoke with a representative from Tesla, she told me that I think it was the accuracy is 2%. Our tolerances for acceptance tolerance is putting something into service for the very first time. Acceptance tolerance, it has to be 1% accuracy. And if they can meet that 2%, great, because that's maintenance tolerance. But how do we know until we start testing? I wanted to address one. I also wanted to address one more thing. Because of my conversation with the woman from Tesla, she brought up some concerns. And I want you to know that I take very seriously the concerns that people have. And I want to make sure that we look at all aspects. She was having concern with some of these non-public use facilities where if they're for free, we're not going to license them and we're not going to test them. And so in line item 12 of the amendment, we added electric vehicle charging station shall not include charging stations that are not available for general public access, are physically or electronically secured to prevent public access, and are not advertised to the public. So anything that is on that app that says where you can charge, yes, those are the places we will be charging. But if it's not general public access, those are not ports that we will test and license. Thank you.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, folks, for taking my question. I'm struggling with this concept that the fees that are suggested in the bill will cover the expenses for implementing a program based on the number of charges that exist currently. Is that an accurate representation?
So the devil's always in the details.
Sure.
So we recognize that we're not going to be able to pay for it initially with this. It's going to take us a while, and that's why we're asking for authorization to remove the money from one of our funds and to continue that for 2 years beyond if there is an additional cost that we're not making up with revenues. Now, in my fondest hope would be that once we get this fully up to speed, and that if we see that it's producing more revenue that it charges, and as I think you all know, we have that 125% limit from a tax to a fee, that we would be coming back to adjust that down. This is not intended to make any money for the state, and that's not what we do with any of our testing devices. That's not the intent. It is for consumer protection, and this is an area where we believe consumers should be protected, and we should do it before there's 5,000 devices out there. And, at some point we may be to the point where we say, all right, there's a company that comes forward and is willing to make the upfront investment and enter into the public market to do that testing as well. Certainly willing to look at that. It's not reasonable with 700 devices that at $175 are only going to produce $122,000 of revenue, that we think any company right now is going to go out there and invest over $100,000 in the technology. That's why we believe, at least initially, that we should be the only ones testing, only because of the reality of that. And we've had no one come forward, to my knowledge, and say, hey, we'd like to be in on this game, because you can't look at this and say that there is a profit for a service company right now.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my questions. It's actually sort of two parts of questions. I think you just answered the second one, but to your point about your conversation with Tesla in lines 12 through 15 of the amended version, is it your expectation that the Tesla charging stations as they exist today would be classified within this exemption, that they are not considered a electric vehicle charging station because they are not open to the public?
Thank you for your question. Can you rephrase your question?
Sure. As written, an electric vehicle charging station shall not include charging stations that are not available to the general public access, are physically or electronically secured to prevent public access, and are not advertised to the public. Is it your belief that the Tesla charging stations are covered by that?
I think those that are open to the public are covered by this.
May I ask a follow-up?
Follow-up.
My concern here is that Tesla could argue they're restricted only to Tesla owners, and it's built in. I don't agree with it, but I think that they could argue it's restricted only to Tesla owners, and they're not really open to the public. And I want to make sure that we haven't created a situation here, based on your conversations with Tesla and working this wording in, that has created a giant loophole that we're about to fall through.
Okay, I appreciate that question. I better understand what you're meaning by that. I don't believe that this will exclude them at all. And the only reason why that language changed, it wasn't Tesla giving me that language. It was actually, I had gone to, and I have to admit, I call my counterparts in other states to see what language they have. And Vermont was one of the ones that I called. I talked to them about what they had in their language, and this is very similar to the language that Vermont has. They do test Tesla. And so, and I just want you to know that New Hampshire is different than other states. Most of our state certification does happen through the service companies. This is one area, because it's so new. You know, the state used to oversee all of the commercial weighing and measuring devices in the state. And then in the late 90s, that's when service technicians were adopted and registered to do some of that state certifying. With Tesla, with EVs, we don't have that historical foundation of what's happened with these devices. We would like to see what it is. We would like to purchase the equipment and look out for everyone who has an EV. We want to make sure that it's right. But just like the gentleman from Ohio that I spoke with, he didn't expect to come upon those vehicles. Those charging stations that had issues. Thank you.
A quick
follow-up.
Yeah, thank you. In line with that, then the one other thing I just want to clarify is that you've said for chargers where it's free, you would not inspect them. I want to make sure I understand, and I believe that's in this same section that I've just read. This would be this is not, I'm a shopping mall and I give you your 2 hours free or something like that. It's not that version of free. It's for our employees. It's not actually publicly accessible. It's a different version of free. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I got nods. Cool. Yes. Thank you.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
If they are charging anything for those kilowatt hours, then they would be required to license and certify that equipment.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for my question. I appreciate it. I'm wondering if you can explain for me the difference in testing for commercial use versus the testing that would be done for residential, for instance, and a meter there. Why would, I'm assuming PUC handles the residential and you would handle commercial, but it sounds like you're doing the same thing.
So yes, the meter that someone, if they have a charging station in their home, it would be running through their electric meter. And that would be simply through the electric company, and that's overseen by the Public Utility Commission. So that's the one measuring device that we do not have our hands on. But as I stated, those are far from infallible as well.
Follow up.
Thank you. Are they capable of doing this, this same metering? I'm assuming they're metering it now. I'm assuming someone is connecting to the grid and there's a meter attached to that. Are they not following up, watching the metering that goes into the unit themselves?
So my understanding is that there is no certification for those particular meters. The meter that you have on the house, you have to take the word of the electric company until you notice there's a problem. So yeah, I mean, what you're doing today, there's no testing on those meters. We have no way of knowing. That's not our charge of knowing what's being delivered. And that, can be a problem, and certainly we see it all the time.
Thank you.
Representative Geisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, ma'am, when you were answering Representative Miller on the private agencies, I may have misunderstood something, but shall not include charging stations that are not available for general public access or physically, electronically secured, etc. One of my major concerns when we have these conversations is the private employers and private entities in the state that have invested in this infrastructure for themselves. For instance, Fidelity, on the ground floor of their parking garage, they have free charging for their employees, Sig Sauer, BAE, just to name a few. Would these agencies be precluded from this inspection process, or would they must have a per unit inspection?
There is absolutely no intent to license any of the devices where if you work or whatever and your company says, hey, we're glad to provide you with the free electricity, then the consumer, we could say potentially there's a problem for the business, but really that's not our concern. It's the consumer protection. I mean, we did talk about equity, but in this case, because there's no transaction between the business and the person with the car, we have no interest in that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Pataro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A question for Commissioner Jasper. I was wondering briefly if you could maybe highlight a little bit of the components that would make up the $413,000 salary for the new position.
Sure. So essentially, you need a vehicle, and then you need the testing equipment, which is about $100,000, and then there's the salary of the person. And that's why you see the second year, the number goes down quite dramatically because we now no longer have to buy a truck or buy the equipment. So they're really the equipment component and the salary component.
Follow up to that.
Follow up.
Did you mention an amount for the salary?
I think that's pretty much what's reflected on the fiscal note for the second year. Do you have that there? With benefits, it's always shocking to me.
And
well, that's the salary, but then but if you look, it's 84,000 roughly. No, excuse me, 125,000 salary and benefits is pretty much what we're talking about.
we got a different document over here, but we'll get that fixed, I assume.
The expenditures.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question of the Director of Weights and Measures?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of a two-parter here. My understanding of the situation would be that the Department of Ag, through the Weights and Measures, would install a device to each and every electric charger? No. Okay. the situation would be that the vehicle that the new position person, the inspector would have, would go around with the necessary equipment to do all the testing on each and every pump.
Correct.
Okay. One last point.
One more follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see. You mentioned, Director Ayers, you mentioned a town that had a electric charging thing throughout the town. They inspected all four, and they were all faulty for different reasons. I'm wondering, through the work that this new position would do and the oversight, is like, what sort of ramifications would there be for faulty electric meters?
The way we currently do it now, if a device is giving away, then and it's outside of the tolerance, we give the opportunity to the business to decide if that device is taken out of service. But we do give them a certain amount of time to get the situation in a compliant status. So if a pump, for instance, is minus 15 cubic inches, and it has to be within plus or minus 6 cubic inches, we would require them to immediately take it out of service. But if it was plus 15 cubic inches, it was giving away to the customer, then we would say, it's up to you whether you shut that pump down, but you have 30 days to get it in compliance. So I think that's how we would work it with this as well. One of the other things that kind of was brought up regarding safety, there are measures in our examination procedure outlines that when we go to any device, we do look at some of those safety concerns. Like, are there breaks in lines that shouldn't be? We open up the front of the gas pump and make sure that there's no significant leaks. So there is a measure of safety that we absolutely look at prior to us testing, because we don't want to put ourselves in a compromising situation as well. But we want to make sure that the device is left after we've tested a device in a compliant state.
I think we've beaten this down to death. So with that, I don't see any further questions. I don't have any more pink sheets. I'll end the hearing on HB SB 150. It's 12:25. Let's get back at 1:15.
Thank you very much.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for the delay. B 118, we're going to take up SB 157 relative to inspection and registration of certain fleet vehicles and necessary amendments in administrative rules regarding the state implementation plan. Chair would like to recognize Max Taylor, who's representing Senator Ricciardi, who is the prime sponsor. Welcome, Max, to transportation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Max Taylor, and I'm the legislative aide to Senator Ricciardi. I'm here today on her behalf to introduce Senate Bill 157 FN, which will establish a rental fleet registration program for rental passenger vehicle fleets of 50 vehicles or more. Additionally, this legislation allows vehicles registered in the rental fleet and have been purchased within 1 year prior to or during the vehicle's model year to be inspected upon purchase and not again until the expiration date in the second year after purchase. To provide some background on this issue, last year the Senate Transportation Committee had testimony on legislation that would allow for the inspection of all new passenger vehicles to take place upon purchase and not again until the second year after purchase. They heard testimony during that hearing from the rental car industry in support of the bill. However, that committee indicated during the executive session when they interim studied the bill that the stakeholders should get together and work on something for the rental car industry. But the bill before us at the time was too broad. I'm happy to report that after conversations with stakeholders, they have concluded in this product. This bill is very narrow in scope and only applies to rental car companies in good standing with the Secretary of State's office with more than 50 vehicles in service. Furthermore, the inspection portion only applies to new vehicles, and after 2 years, they return to annual inspections if they remain in the fleet. The establishment of a fleet registration program is pro-business and streamlines the registration process, making it easier for rental car companies to conduct business in New Hampshire. And the inspection piece will apply to a small number of vehicles and by no means takes a hatchet to the overall program, which most people support. Additionally, cities and towns where these vehicles are registered will not be negatively impacted, as the bill requires the DMV to release the municipal portion registration fees to the appropriate municipalities within 30 days of the receipt. This bill is a compromise, and Senator Ricciardi urges the committee to pass SB 157. Thank you for your time, and I will leave any questions to the people following me.
Thank you, sir. I assume there's any questions from the committee? Not. You're not taking any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair would now like to recognize Tom Prasal from Enterprise Mobility, asking for 4 minutes. Who's in support of the bill? Oh, they're together. And Jason Ellis too, right?
Yep.
Welcome to Enterprise Mobility. Welcome, gentlemen, to transportation.
Thank you. It's nice to see everyone again. For the record, my name is Tom Prasal from Demers, Prasal and Thomas. I'm here today representing Enterprise Mobility, and I'm lucky enough to be joined by Jason Ellis from Enterprise Mobility should any specific questions come up. So I want to thank Max and Senator Ricciardi for introducing this bill. And to me, this bill represents the culmination of numerous meetings with stakeholders in an effort to address an issue that Enterprise faces that's also pro-business for the state of New Hampshire. So this fall, we met with the Auto Dealers Association, and we also spoke to other states who operate similar type programs as what is before you today. And this is a product of those meetings, along with the Office of Legislative Services. So what this bill does is it creates a rental fleet registration program for rental passenger vehicle fleets of 50 or more vehicles. Essentially, what will happen is if a rental car fleet chooses to do so, they'll obtain a copy of their certificate of good standing issued by the Secretary of State, and then provide it to the Division of Motor Vehicles to receive the division's approval to enroll in this program. Once enrolled in the program, they will annually submit a current certificate of good standing, elect a common expiration date for all vehicles in their fleet to receive registration stickers that shall be valid for only 2 years. At that time, they will then pay all registration fees and costs to the division in their fleet. And you may ask the question, how do we know if the company remains in good standing during year 2? Because the registration sticker is good for 2 years. Well, that's built into this program, and at any time the division may require the company to produce a current certificate of good standing. And if said company is no longer in good standing or fails to meet the criteria of 50 or more vehicles in their fleet, the division shall terminate their fleet registration and revert any existing registration credentials to those of non-fleet vehicles. Additionally, at initial registration of a fleet and annually thereafter, at least 60 days prior to the annual expiration date of the fleet, the registrant shall provide an itemized account of all motor vehicles in the fleet. At this point, the division generates an invoice, and that's the Division of Motor Vehicle, for all the registrants, and those are paid, including the state and municipal portions, which then the division will allocate the municipal costs and fees to the appropriate municipalities within 30 days, therefore having no negative impact on municipalities and what they're taking in. If a vehicle is added to the fleet after the initial registration, they'll receive the same sticker, however, the fees will then be prorated. Furthermore, in regard to the inspection portion of this, this allows for a fleet vehicle that is new, as in purchased within 1 year prior to or during the model year, to be inspected upon purchase, and then not again until the 2nd year after purchase. These specific vehicles will have a separate inspection sticker indicating that they're good for 2 years, and that is for the benefit of the Department of Safety and law enforcement to recognize that that inspection sticker is on a fleet vehicle that is new and in good standing and part of this registration program. All other vehicles in the fleet that do not meet the standard of being considered a newer vehicle will adhere to the typical regular inspection rules in the state. This is an area that's critically important to my client, which is Enterprise Mobility, and here today. As the vehicles that they have are transient, and when the annual inspection requirement comes up in current practice, they're required to find the vehicle, which may be in Massachusetts or maybe out with somebody else, bring it back and have it inspected. Or, which is more often the case, what they will do is they will just, if that vehicle is in Massachusetts, they'll just retitle it there, and New Hampshire is going to lose out on all that revenue. So what this would do is allow that vehicle, when that annual registration comes up and the annual inspection, which they are exempt from, they'll just pay that registration fee to the Division of Motor Vehicles. And then additionally, they will most likely add a new vehicle to their fleet to cover the, round out the fleet, make sure the appropriate numbers there. So it will be a net positive to the municipalities where these vehicles are registered and to the state of New Hampshire for the state portion. So someone, may ask, well, why rental cars, right? Why do they get the exemption from the inspection for the 1 year? And I would say that as a business whose sole goal and responsibility is to provide customers with safe vehicles, it's in their best interest to have these vehicles operating safely on the road. In fact, I know Enterprise checks the vehicles upon rental, upon return, and upon cleaning to make sure that they are safe. They have strict codes, and I'm sure Jason can speak to this, regarding tire depths, oil changes, and in addition to all of these current practices that the business does on their own, they also must adhere to the Safe Rental Car Act at the federal level, which requires that there's no outstanding recalls on these vehicles, and those are federal requirements that I think sets them in a bar above. Finally, in regards to the last portion of this vehicle, and I understand I've been speaking for a while, so and probably beyond my 4 minutes, but this legislation also was written in concert with the Department of Safety and the Department of Environmental Services to address the state implementation plan. And how that's done is that the rules will be written ahead of time. The state will then apply to the EPA for an amendment to our state implementation plan, and this bill will not take effect until that is granted. So I think there are a number of safeguards that are the culmination of a lot of time in this committee and a lot of time working with stakeholders and other groups, and I ask that the committee find this bill ought to pass. I'm happy to take any questions. Just by way of background, this did pass the Senate unanimously, and it was originally put on the consent calendar until we worked on a further amendment with the Department of Environmental Services regarding the SIP.
So is Jason going to have some opening remarks, or you
I
just
think
here
he's
to
here for
ask
questions.
questions?
I'm here for questions. I don't want to speak for him, but he's also a good-looking guy, so why don't you come up and
Representative Hill, we'll leave that one alone.
yeah.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming before us today. Two questions. One is why the 50 vehicle cutoff? What's magical about that? And was that a request of the department because it takes additional work in order to set up something like this? And the second is, how many other companies are you aware that would meet that criteria? Do we have in New Hampshire?
So to answer, thank you for the question. To answer the first question, we looked at a number of other states do these fleet registration programs, right? So we looked at what other states did, and then we had conversations with folks in the state, like the auto dealers, and we felt that 50 was a sweet spot. It just seemed to make sense. It's something that, you know, my client can certainly adhere to. And that brings me to the second part of your question, which is I'm not sure. I'm only here representing Enterprise. I wouldn't want to speak for anyone else.
Representative Hamblin.
Thank you. Question for the chair. Didn't we have a bill similar to this? A House bill to allow fleet registrations?
One.
Yes. I'm not sure I see the other than the 2-year exemption, I don't see the difference between that bill and this bill.
Yeah.
Trucks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I think if I can certainly speak to that because I follow what you guys do every day. I think you had a couple. There's one that dealt with commercial motor vehicles. I think you retained that. There was one that addressed the 2-year inspection waiver for all new vehicles, but that was all new vehicles. So this is very narrow just to rental car fleets of 50 or more vehicles. So that's where I would say it's different.
I actually have a question. You mentioned that this is all about companies that are in good standing. What gets a company out of good standing?
It's a good question. I don't know if you have the answer to that. It's through the Secretary of State's office, I think, making sure you pay your bills on time and your
updated business license, you know, sales tax remitted timely. Yeah, pay a fee.
Representative Blandon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my questions. Obviously, this is related to safety inspections and vehicle rental fleets, and it's a 2-year time frame. But my concern is mileage. Rental vehicles can put on in excess of even 100,000 miles annually. Was there any? Has there been any consideration to address mileage or in lieu of the biannual safety inspection? Can you address any of those concerns that I have there regarding mileage?
Yeah, I think, well, so just anecdotally speaking for Enterprise, and I don't want to speak for you, but I just know the numbers.
Yeah.
But I think the typical rental car in their fleet travels annually 30,000 miles. And again, that's just for this business. But that's the typical average. And given that they check the tire tread level upon rental, return, cleaning, I think that the safety mechanisms are in place to make sure that these vehicles are safe.
And I would tell you, our vehicles, we don't allow it to get to 100,000. We're looking at taking those vehicles out of operation 50 to 60,000 tops. Obviously with warranty, the cost of repairs and things like that, we want it out of fleet and get in fresh vehicles. But that's us. I can speak for us.
Thank you. Follow up. Thank you for addressing that in a way I worded it, because I was going to ask straightly, well, what's the average? But my second question is, it looks like the approximate cost of implementation is 25 grand. Yet I'm looking at the revenue side of it. It's $3.25 per year towards the state, around 50 vehicles, talking a little more than $160. Do we know offhand how many vehicle fleets in excess of 50 are in New Hampshire, in approximation?
Well, again, I mean, we can only speak for enterprise, but Jason has some numbers on how many vehicles are in your fleet.
Yeah, we have approximately 4,000 vehicles that operate in New Hampshire. And I will tell you roughly based on the inspection laws and registration laws today of annual, where our vehicles end up, we have about 1,000 retitles a year. So that's 1,000 vehicles being re-registered in other states where that revenue is going. So while it doesn't go to the state necessarily, but that's money that the municipalities are missing out on.
Yeah. So when you think about 1,000 vehicles of the 4,000 that are retitled in another state, if this bill were to pass, that money would stay in New Hampshire. Plus, they would bring another 1,000 vehicles in to replace those. So you'd be getting that as well.
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much.
And I will say, I mean, I didn't want to bring this up, but it is my 40th birthday, and if you wanted to get me something, you could pass this bill today. You know, just throwing it out there.
We'll put that in
You gotta
consideration.
shoot your shot, right?
Yeah.
Mark that from his comments, please.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate the time.
So with that, I have nobody else, any pink cards. So at this point, I will close the hearing on SB 157. Our next bill is SB 266. We'll get that started in a couple minutes. Happy birthday, sir.
I'll be back.
You only get one birthday. One happy birthday.
First time for transportation this year.
Okay, you'll be at 136. We're going to open up the public hearing on HB 266 FN relative to safety and accountability of drivers under the age of 18. And the chair recognizes Grant Bossy, who will be introducing the bill. Welcome, sir, to Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Transportation Committee. I think it's my first time back before Transportation this year. My name is Grant Bossy, Deputy Chief of Staff of the New Hampshire Senate, and I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 266 on behalf of Senator Mark McConkey, the bill's prime sponsor. This bill aims to increase responsible driving for New Hampshire's youngest drivers. Accidents happen, but statistics show that most serious accidents are caused by a combination of speed, weather, impairment, and inexperience. An inexperienced driver who is driving recklessly has 2 strikes against them. SB 266 would increase the maximum length of suspension for a youth operator license for first, second, and third offenses, and require a young driver with a third offense to complete an in-person driver program before getting their license back. It seems every week we hear another story of someone driving triple digits on New Hampshire roads, putting themselves and others at risk. SB 266 would impose a mandatory 90-day suspension for youth operators clocked in excess of 30 miles per hour over the posted speed limit, with the completion of an in-person driver attitude program also required. Keep in mind, 30 miles an hour over is 50 in a school zone, 95 on the highway. Senator McConkey believes that taking away a young driver's license for a longer time would make them think twice before driving recklessly, and if not, it would keep reckless drivers off the road for longer. If you have questions for Senator McConkey, I'll make sure to get you an answer. Senator McConkey thanks you for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 266.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody who has questions for Senator McConkey regarding this bill? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. And I do not have any other pink cards. I do not. They're not here. Don't see any. I don't see anybody else jumping up. Okay, so I guess with that, I'll close the public hearing on SB 266. Our next bill will be SB 13 in about a minute or so. Okay, it'd be at 1:41. Boy, we got back on track real quick here. All right. I'm going to open up the hearing on Senate Bill 13FN, invalidating out-of-state driver's licenses issued to undocumented immigrants. And the chair would like to recognize Grant Bossy on behalf of the prime sponsor to introduce the bill. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you. Didn't go anywhere. I remain Grant Bossy, Deputy Chief of Staff of the New Hampshire Senate, here now to introduce Senate Bill 13 on behalf of Senator Bill Gannon, the bill's prime sponsor. This bill would codify in statute that New Hampshire does not validate driver's licenses from other states that are given exclusively to undocumented immigrants. Current law already prohibits issuing a New Hampshire driver's license to an undocumented resident. This legislation would clarify the same standards apply to licenses granted from other states. Validating a license for an undocumented resident creates an incentive for more illegal immigration, more drug trafficking, and crimes from bad actors. States are being forced to deal with a border crisis across the country. Just a few years ago in New Hampshire, we found a mass murderer from Brazil living in one of our communities, and having a legal photo ID issued by a state helps criminals like this hide amongst us and legitimizes their right to be here. Due to the number of illegal aliens crossing the southern and the northern border, a number of states that issue an ID, New Hampshire is forced to act in a number of areas to keep our legal residents safe. This bill is another tool that says New Hampshire loves legal immigrants, but those that have not been vetted with documentation to prove that they're not a bad actor should stay in the other sanctuary states, not come to the Granite State. This bill only invalidates licenses where 1, the license is issued exclusively to undocumented immigrants, and 2, the license is substantially the same as licenses issued to citizens, residents, and those lawfully present in the U.S., but has markings establishing that the license holder did not have proof of lawful presence. To clarify some misconceptions, this bill does not invalidate licenses that are exactly the same as licenses issued by a state to lawfully present citizens, and this bill does not require police officers to question anyone whose license does not have identifiable markings on it, indicating that the person is undocumented. The New Hampshire DMV has said in the past that implementation of giving licenses to illegal immigrants would increase the opportunity for fraudulent activities regarding identity documentation and documentation regarding residency. Issuing an ID like this would be the start of allowing access to state public services needed by lawful New Hampshire residents and paid for with our taxpayer dollars. In summary, if you're here in the United States illegally, you should not possess a state-issued driver's license, and New Hampshire should not recognize those that are. Thank you for your consideration. I will get answers to any questions from Senator Gannon.
Do you have any written testimony that you want to submit, or
I just have a copy of the notes I was given. I can hand that in if you'd like.
you want that?
Okay.
Representative Goddison, what a question.
I have a question for the chair and then a question for him. Do we have any law enforcement signed up to testify?
Not at the moment. I only have DMV and someone else.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. I'm just wondering how a law enforcement officer at the site of a traffic stop would be able to differentiate a license that meets this description from any other license. It's a question of ignorance. I actually don't know how I would tell the difference.
For many states, there is no difference, and this would not apply to that. For instance, Massachusetts issues driver's licenses to people who are in the country illegally, but it's the same license they give to anybody else, so there's no way to tell. This statute would not affect that. States that do have different licenses, you'd be able to tell that, okay, this was issued to an illegal immigrant. New Hampshire does not recognize that license.
Thank you.
And Representative Sykes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for, are you aware of what states this will affect?
I can get you a list. I do not know off the top of my head.
I would like to have that list for before we deliberate the bill. Thank you.
Representative Hill, you have it? Get it to us.
Okay, I'll cross that one off mine.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Milovich, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have any insights or research on what the impact of this would be with respect to the interstate driver's license compact? I don't know the exact name of it, but I understand there is a reciprocity thing we do that says, as a New Hampshire resident, I'm allowed to go elsewhere and still have a valid license, because if we lose that, that's probably bad for New Hampshire people too. And you're writing it down, so I'm going to guess we're going to get an answer to that later.
Yeah,
Thank you.
let me check on that and get you an answer.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And you may, if you can get those to Chairman Walsh and myself, that'll be great. In your written introduction there. Chair, now I'd like to recognize, is it Catherine Brever? Am I saying that right? Who
Good afternoon.
Well, who opposes the bill and asking for about 10 minutes.
Right.
Welcome to transportation.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Brunet. I am a resident of Durham, New Hampshire for more than 25 years. Thank you, Chairman Gorski and committee members, and also thank you for your service. I'm here as a resident to express my very strong opposition to Senate Bill 13, which, as you know, would declare a certain out-of-state driver's license invalid in New Hampshire solely because they're issued to undocumented immigrants, and that's the term I'm going to be using because that is the term that's in the bill, undocumented immigrants. The bill's primary sponsor, I know there were many, but Senator William Gannon has made it clear in his Senate statements that SB 13 and other immigration-related bills introduced this year are rooted in the narrative that undocumented immigrants are inherently dangerous. In reality, there is extensive research from respected academic institutions and public policy organizations that consistently show that undocumented immigrants commit crimes at a significantly lower rate than both U.S.-born citizens and naturalized immigrants. I've included references in my testimony that I'll give you in writing at the end of my remarks. And there are really clear reasons why that crime rate is low. Most undocumented immigrants live under the constant threat of detention and deportation. It's an anxiety that has only intensified in today's political climate. Most work hard to avoid any encounter with law enforcement. In fact, they're far more likely to be victims of crimes from themselves. Many have fled violence, corruption, or instability in their own home countries, and they are seeking safety, not to do harm. To suggest otherwise ignores both the data and their lived experience. But let's consider the actual premise of the bill, that we fear undocumented immigrants from other states who voluntarily go to the DMV in their state, submit documentation, including proof of address. They meet the driver education requirements. They obtain a license to legally and safely drive. The idea that we should have this unique fear of these individuals is simply illogical. These are people trying to follow the rules. Promoting legislation based on fear and misinformation risks turning New Hampshire into a place of hostility, rather than one of fairness and common sense. On the practical side, despite all of its effort, SB 13 appears to target licenses from 2 states. I know that was a question that was just asked in the previous speaker. Connecticut and Delaware. These are the only states that meet the bill's criteria, which is that they have to be solely, a designation solely for undocumented immigrants, or and a license that resembles a standard one but has a special marking. Even in Florida, where similar legislation has been passed in 2023, only Connecticut and Delaware are listed on the state's DMV site as being affected by that bill. And I have a copy of the page from the DMV in Florida that shows that. It's also worth noting that in Delaware, the license is for undocumented immigrants to be driving in that state only. It's restricted to Delaware driving only, which means that this law wouldn't even be necessary for that because that license is not in effect in New Hampshire anyway. This leaves Connecticut as the only state to which this bill would truly apply at this moment. Connecticut has a program to provide licenses to undocumented immigrants, and those licenses are specifically marked with the letters DO, which indicates drive only. Now, I understand that Senator Gannon, and I watched the testimony at the January 30th Senate session, his remarks, and he asserted that licenses marked that 10 states would be covered by this bill because they have a license that marks not for federal identification or federal limits apply. And he indicated those are what is used to designate undocumented immigrants in certain states. That is incorrect. Those phrases appear on licenses in every single state, including New Hampshire, and they only signify that the license is not Real ID compliant. In fact, nearly 40% of Americans currently hold licenses that are marked not for federal identification because those people have chosen not to obtain a Real ID. I have a spreadsheet that I'm providing with my comments also, which shows every state, and it shows what's marked on their licenses for people that are not Real ID. Senator Gannon also claimed that New Hampshire residents are endangered because, quote, unvetted individuals are driving on our roads, unquote. This is misleading. It implies that New Hampshire somehow vets every out-of-state driver to determine if they're dangerous. We don't. We rely on other states to set and enforce their own licensing standards, and we honor those licenses here. Likewise, in New Hampshire and every other state, we allow people from other countries, any country in the world with any license in any language, to drive legally for up to 60 days using their license from their country. No special vetting process is conducted in New Hampshire for these drivers. If the concern is truly about vetting all drivers on New Hampshire roads, then by logic, perhaps you should set up some checkpoints on all the borders and at the Manchester airport. That would be absurd, and so is this bill. SB 13 sends a hostile message to immigrants and visitors. It's based on fear-mongering and misinformation, and it runs counter to New Hampshire's value of fairness, practicism, and decency. In closing, and I know I'm going on a while, I want to share this quote from Pope Francis. As you know, he died yesterday, and this is what he said on Sunday, Easter Sunday. How much contempt is stirred up at times towards the vulnerable, the marginalized, and migrants. On this day, I would like all of us to hope anew and revive our trust in others, including those who are different from ourselves or who come from distant lands, bringing unfamiliar customs, ways of life, and ideas. For all of us are children of God. I respectfully urge the committee to vote in expedient to legislate on SB 13. We can do better, and we must. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. As someone from Lee, I'm glad to see a neighbor here.
Oh, good.
I think I've got the right bill this time, but it's not the same question. I was wondering if in your research you had learned how many of these types of licenses the state of Connecticut had issued.
I believe, I did look that up. I didn't write it down. It's available, but the information was a little bit dated. So maybe I don't want to even give a number because I don't remember.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Can we have your written testimony?
Absolutely.
Not seeing on. Thank you so much. Chair now like to recognize Janet Bouchard from the New Hampshire DMV, requesting 5 minutes. Welcome, Janet, to Transportation.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. The DMV is remaining neutral on this bill, and we just wanted to provide some informational testimony. I'll be very brief. This bill states that any out-of-state licenses issued exclusively to an undocumented immigrant will not be recognized in the state of New Hampshire. So while there are many states that issue licenses to undocumented immigrants, there are only 2 states, as we've already heard, Connecticut and Delaware, that issue one exclusively to undocumented immigrants. All other states issue the same license that a United States citizen would receive, which would make this bill a little difficult to enforce and monitor. The bill also requires the DMV to keep a list on our website of the states that issue these classes of licenses, as previously stated, and at this time there are only 2 of those states that issue the special distinguished license. So I'm happy to take any questions, but that's all I have.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Those 2 states, what do they indicate on their license that would indicate to a police officer that pulled someone over that other than they are from Connecticut, what else does it indicate?
I have it in front of me, and I think I forgot to introduce myself. I'm sorry. I'm Janet Bouchard. I'm the deputy director.
No, you did.
Did I? All right. Connecticut says on it, I believe it says DO for drive only, and Delaware says driving privilege only, not for valid identification. And Connecticut also says not for federal identification, which, as was previously stated, all non-real ID state.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative Guyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ma'am, so you said that this bill would include that you guys would need to track at the DMV what states have these programs. Assuming that other states were to on-ramp this, do you see that being an administrative function that's going to be overbearing or cost a lot of money, or is that a routine thing?
It's routine. It's just updating our website. It's not a large lift.
So no expense to the state projected?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Representative Bottero.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Deputy Director, for taking my question. In the current environment in the DMV, what sorts of things would pass through the DMV's desk in terms of a motorist from out of state with an out of state license, but that they go to the DMV window? Can you talk about some instances where that gets checked in that department?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to introduce Kathy O'Neill. She is the Operations Bureau Supervisor, Administrator, and she would be able to answer that question much better than I would be able to.
Yes, first of all, can you introduce yourself? And plus, we'll need you to fill out a card as well. So
Yes.
just kind of introduce yourself.
So I'm Kathy O'Neill. I'm the Operations Manager, Supervisor over operations at the DMV. So I oversee all 14 DMV locations. So anybody that comes into the DMV trying to obtain a license, whether it's they're a New Hampshire resident or transferring in, they're all required to have the same exact documentation: primary form of identification, secondary form of identification, residency, and if they do have a license from another state, we do check for restrictions, the type of license they're coming in with. We typically, if we see a license we haven't seen frequently, we actually visit the website that they're coming, like from the state they're coming from, to see what that restriction means. If we need more information, we will reach out to our state-to-state department, and they will actually make a call to that state and say, hey, we're seeing this restriction. Can you let us know what this restriction means if it's something we can't find on their website? So we do our research before we just transfer any license in.
Follow up.
Could you expand on the concept of a primary form of identification and a secondary form?
Yep. So if you are, passport is a primary form of identification, a U.S. birth certificate. If you're non-U.S. and it comes to green cards, work authorization cards, passports, it depends on what your visa status is, would depend on what your primary form of identification is. A secondary is typically either a valid out-of-state license, a social security card, a W-2 with your full entire social on it, things like that. You're welcome.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Same question as earlier. Do you know how many licenses of this type either Connecticut or Delaware has issued?
I do not know.
Follow
up.
How would out-of-state driver's licenses be invalidated under this bill?
So what we do there is a program, a state-to-state program, or a point system program. So if a license transfers into New Hampshire will actually reach out to that state, whether it's done electronically. If they're on the state-to-state program, we actually send an electronic notice saying, hey, your resident just transferred their license into New Hampshire or their ID to New Hampshire, which then invalidates their credential from the state they're coming from. If they're not on this program, then we actually will send the physical license to that state, where then at that point they will invalidate it in their system. But we hold the license of that transfer, and we don't give them back to the customers.
Representative Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Accepting for the moment that there are whatever number of states that, two it would appear, that have these types of driver's licenses that would apply in this law. My question to you is, the police officer stops somebody on the side of the road for some other reason, and then what?
I can't answer that. I'm not law enforcement, so I don't know what happens during a traffic stop, and if they would even know what to look for, to be honest with you. I can only answer DMV questions, unfortunately.
Fair enough. But I think that's okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No, totally.
I don't know that we have anybody from the department, and so I took a chance to ask somebody. I think the question has to be asked.
Yeah.
Then what?
Any other questions from the committee? Not seeing anything. Oh, last minute. Representative Patero.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Along the thread of the client providing supporting documentation, etc., you listed off for non-residents some criteria: green card or work authorization, and so forth. The agents at the window at the DMVs, they take special training to identify those documents because they're U.S. federal documents.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. I do not have any other pink cards. So at this point, I will close the public hearing on SB 13. All right. Just some housekeeping items. We went through the gauntlet today of 9 bills. There are 3 left. I think what Chairman Walsh wants to do is in our next session, we're going to be listening to the final 3. And the last three don't seem like they're going to be too big of a deal. And I think at that point, we're going to be executing these bills as well as those to get everything completed. So I will chat with Chairman Walsh. Chairman Walsh will reach out to the ranking member to see if it's going to be next week or the following week. But that's kind of the strategy and what we're going to be doing. So hopefully by the next time we meet, we'll have all our business wrapped up for at least this first part. So other than that, thanks for your cooperation and putting up with me today. We'll see you either next week or the following week.